تدفع دولار في البنك. لا لا لا، حتى الجدل
Welcome everybody, welcome. We are live. Mr. Mabor, you can start.
I was been waiting for the music, but it's okay.
Mindu guruj bakul wen, mindu shukul bakul wen, lojat kulu biga dollar, anazalan kalam dollar. Lojat kulu biga dollar, anazalan kalam dollar. دولار يا جماعة معيشة صعبة حتى السمك الفجيبة هنا
Okay, thank you. Yes, kalam dollar has become a mishkila kabir. I'm not an Arabic speaker, but I do understand the word kalam dollar in Arabic. So I will be happy to welcome all our co-hosts, our hosts, and all team, NN team, Nation Network team, welcome all. And we apologize for 1 hour behind. We're supposed to be at 6, but we apologize a little bit late, but we will keep going the same time. We will not add more than the hours that we always spend. If we always spend around 9 or around 12, it's the same time that we will be spending. So, greeting to all non-nation team. So our topic today is a dictator visit democracy in South Sudan, and it's already, if you've seen it, you can even see it moving around under the lines, read it there, confirm it. So I will be saying welcome our brother Sal, and welcome Simon, welcome Jojo, and welcome our brothers also, and welcome our brothers William. So, and the person who will opening this topic today is our brothers Uso. So, brother Uso, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to thank the viewer, Nile Nation team for going live. Today we are going to talk about democracy and dictatorship and how that can apply in Southern Sudan. As we know, we have a lot of problem in process and system. At the end, we need to come together so we can fix it. That's why we're trying to make awareness from now. when we start talking about a democracy, you have to know what that means. People, for people, by the people. That's the short definition for democracy, but we have a lot of schools. They define it differently and they have applied differently. But we need people in Southern Sudan to know exactly what we have now and how was history of Sudan about the democracy, how the people exercise their rights. That's why we are here today to talk about those important issues. One of them, how we make people aware to vote. I think we did this before during the referendum, and today we are preparing ourselves to exercise it again through the system. When you come to definition of democracy, what does it mean? People or system can be run by people. They have a right to say yes, to say no, to choose the freedom of time, what they want to do on their own time, not the government tell you to lock you down. Like all the time we have a lockdown at 12 or at 10. Therefore, I will compare the democracy vice dictatorship, and dictatorship, according to definition, is a system of one man or group. And that's the dangerous one because you see a lot of things like that happen in Southern Sudan. That's why we are here today, to make sure that people, they know what the difference and why we let such thing to happen in the country. So I will give chance to my colleague to come and make more definition, and we can compare later.
Thank you, Otto. Welcome everybody on live. We are live, streaming live. We welcome you on Nine Nation Network. As you know, our topic today is dictatorship versus democracy in South Sudan. I hope you guys can hear me well. Dictatorship is a government system which is run by one powerful person or a group of powerful people that rule the entire nation without any permission or without any law. And democracy, as Mr. Otto has said, is a government system that's for the people, and it's by the people, and it's usually like the government system has been, usually they conduct fair elections. So they elect a government system through fair elections. But I'm gonna yell back to Mr. Otho, and then we'll talk in details about that. But what I want to stress is the system, the government system that is in South Sudan. It's a dictator kind of a government system, and because it's ruled by one person, by Salva Kiir, since 2005 until now, and no election has been done. And usually the dictators, they have a military background, and they feel like they can rule until they die. So thank you. We'll elaborate more on that. Go ahead, if anybody want to add something.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Jojo. You all hear from our brother also and our sister Jojo. So now again. So I will welcome our brother William and put the point. And thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mubor, and thank you, Sister Juju and Brother Otto, for brief definition of democracy versus dictatorship. And many people may ask, why are we talking about? But well, I think it is important because the country is bleeding. Southern Sudan is bleeding. And the reason is very simple. It's because of that kind of hijacking the power of people. So if I add something on that, if we first mention something about what is power, what is it? The power, to my understanding or to my definition, is to protect, to defend, to provide. These are three things I can base my definition on: to protect, to defend, and to provide. As a father or a parent, I got a children. I wake up as any one of you earlier before my children wake up. And I sleep as the last person. And all is because of the responsibility. I'm responsible for this house. So I have to provide, have to protect, I have to defend. Uh, that is my definition to power. One time back home in Sudan, I was boxed by a person who is well trained in boxing. He knocked me down. And then that time, I knew the area of my weakness. And I have to work to make sure that weakness is overcome. So what I did, I went to train in karate until I got the black belt because I don't want to be beaten down again. But what happened during this transformation, I came to know that to use the power, to have a power, you become responsible and you become merciful. Because whenever somebody is yelling at me, I look at that person and I knew exactly what I could do if I stand up. So from that time, I become a peaceful person, a merciful person, because I have power. And that is exactly what our Lord was teaching us by telling Peter, Peter, take back your sword. And he took the ears of the person who has been struck when they arrested Jesus, and he put it back. Meaning, if we want it to happen that way, it will not cost us anything other than just calling over to the angels, and then they will do the job. But as a powerful person, you need to have a merciful heart. You have to protect, you have to defend. So in Southern Sudan, in dictatorship, they don't do that because actually it's not for them. They have stolen something which is not for them. So today, I will share with you, I will end up here, but down the road, I will share with you my personal understanding about the advantages of dictatorship. I will come back to talk about that later on. So I will yield back to you, Mabor. Thank you.
Thank you, brother William. Yeah, like the all talks and our aim and yearn on like one of the team already answered one person there and say this is why we are calling for democracy or we are talking for democracy. Yes, anything that you see, you are a minority or you are a part of the group that you think you seen yourself dominated within South Sudan. That's why we are calling for a structure that you can express your opinion or express your view and call for a good security within the country because the good security it could not be a power of individuals. It could be a collective power for all South Sudanese, including yourself and myself. Even you see me, I'm a dominated. I need to be included, not to be excluded. Or you are a minority. I don't want you to be excluded. You need to be included, and that's how people should talk. And we will be very happy for you, Abelkon, to come and express your view, not an incitement or an insult. So we would like to bring anybody who can come and express his concern. And this uh, network here is for all of us. You are even you are not from South Sudan. You are a part of this group. Thank you. And now I would like to bring uh, our brothers, uh, Pal Jock. So welcome, brother Pal.
Thank you, Brother Mabor, and also thank you, viewers of Nile Nation Network. Uh, I think this platform, uh, it's a platform for those who don't have any platform that they can go and express their view and things like that. And as we are coming here, we want to be truthful. We want to be uh, like as we educating ourselves, and also we want to let people know. Let us engage. You come with your view. Tell us, teach us, because what we are trying to do is really uh, have a voice. Have a voice. Our country now in South Sudan, I think not everybody that enjoying their stay there. There is some harassment going on, even though we can call it today that there is a peace agreement was signed, but still we have other we have rebels pockets around the country. But as we are coming today, I know there will be a lot of topics that we will be talking about in the future. But if we dedicate it today as to speak about democracy versus or dictatorship versus democracy, I think that is a good thing. It's let us open our eyes and see where are we going with this thing. I know the people that have spoken before me, they expressed their view about maybe dictatorship, and also they touch a little bit about democracy. But let me try to branch a little bit here and talk about the democracy. I hope I will try to be brief, but let's see how it goes. If I go a little bit further, please forgive me. It's just because I believe that this is where I can come and express my view. Um, as the democracy. When I look at it, I have to acquaint myself. I realize it's a Greek word, which is, I think they pronounce it maybe demokratia, something like that. It's close a little bit to maybe Arabic pronunciation, which maybe Arab maybe got it from them. But let us break it into pieces. Demos, it's mean people, and kratos, it's mean rule. So it's simply democratic or democratia. It's mean people rule. So it's people rules. So if that is the case, and then the further definition can go as the democracy is a system of government in which the supreme power is vested in people. Listen to it very carefully. Like the democratic system, it's a supreme power that is vested in the people and express themselves directly or indirectly through a system of representation. Either directly or indirectly, they come and represent themselves. As they're to express themselves, usually, or just if it is we do it simply, they will periodically, they will come and make a free and fair elections. Like it's just only not is the power that to the people, by the people, and they have to come every once in a while to elect somebody and put him in power. So basically, the power, it's given. Like the power is not taken. And that is what I'm trying to share here. Whenever you feel like you take a power, mean that is not democracy. That is a dictatorship. So the power have to be given. If you don't believe in that the power have to be given, then you are practicing something totally different. But if you looked at it, we talk about dictatorship. If we see all the kind of dictatorship in the world, it's bring chaos, no peace, because you rule by iron fists. You intimidate people. You create fear. يعني بتخوف في ناس. ده الدكتاتورية. لكن أما الديمقراطية هي يعني قوة للشعب، أوكي، وهم الشعب نفسهم هم اللي بيختاروا زول أو شخص اللي يمثلهم. يعني هنا الديمقراطية بيديك الحق إنك تختار. السيادة هون للمواطن البسيط، للمواطن العادي، ده السيادة له هو، وبيختار اللي هو عايزه. هو بيسلم القوة، يعني مش هو، يعني مش شخص يشيل القوة من الناس، لكن بيسلموا له القوة. ده الديمقراطية. If we talk a little bit about democracy, if we think that, okay, democracy is bad, okay, but through democracy, we get our independence. We get our self-determination. من خلال الديمقراطية لقينا تغيير المصير. Because when we were fighting the government in Sudan, they didn't defeat us. We didn't defeat them. We have our own tactics that we play with them. As Malag was saying, that yes, the SPLA and SPLM, they play their role. But at the same time, when late leader John Garang was saying that we have 5 fronts. We surrounding your cities with 4 fronts, but there is a 5th front inside there. Which is now I can see they were believing that, okay, those who were inside South Sudan, they were also inside Sudan, they were pressuring the government of Sudan in a different way. I remember we got involved in Sudan before, was a lot of problems when we were there. Either you make some rallies at the school and things like that and challenge their view. And then when we were being asked about SPLA, SPLM, we give them a picture that those who were really look at it, they get scared. Like even they didn't see them yet. But we give them a very picture that if they heard that SPLA is coming or SPLM is coming, they will run. They will run because we were fighting a different kind of fight inside there. الديمقراطية أعطانا التغيير المثير. We didn't really defeat Sudan, but through a process to be look like a democracy, we get our independence. لقينا استغلال بتاعنا. صوتنا. لو كان ما في ديمقراطية يعني كان عدد الأصوات اللي احنا صوتنا به وكان ما في زول قبلهم. وقال لا انتم ما ماشيين يا جنوبين خليكم قاعدين معنا. من خلال الديمقراطية تقدر تلقى الحكم الذاتي. Through the democracy you could be autonomous. Sovereignty, we got it also, to call yourself a sovereign power, right? Because when you do things democratically, دولة ذات سيادة. يعني without the democracy, سيادة بتاعك بكون غير محترم. Your sovereignty will not be respected. And we see now here and there, our government in South Sudan, they will try to convince the other world countries or other governments that we have a supreme power, which actually maybe they don't see that you have a supreme power. If you can just simply kill your own people, where the sovereignty will come here? فين دولة ذات السيادة يعني اللي بيقتل المواطن بتاعه. Democracy is something that we shouldn't be rejecting. It's something that we should look into it very closely. Democracy is a freedom, حرية. Even the freedom of speech will come through democracy. Like when there is no democracy, there is no freedom of speech. Where are you going to talk? They shoot you, they poison you, they jail you. A lot of things is happening. So I think the right way for us to go as a South Sudanese is through democracy. Why we are fearing democracy? It's a good system. It's where you can thrive as you want. No intimidation. You're a free man. Like if you look at other kind of countries that really they take the democracy as a system of the governance. We can see like the monarchy in England, for example, right? Yes, there is a queen, or once in a while there could be also a king. But if you look at it, the king or the queen, right? It's just a symbolic, a ceremonial, protecting the constitution. But they have a prime minister that every time they have to go through election. And it's the normal people that vested their votes or go and with their votes and vote and bring their prime minister and run the country smoothly. No government that killing people there for just no reason. If you look at the US, also they go for voting. They bring their president. We just witnessed one recently. Joe Biden was brought in, even though maybe Trump tried to ruin the democracy and put a shame on the US democracy. Even the countries that they don't even practice democracy, they start laughing at US. But that is just one person that trying to ruin the good democracy. So in US, they go every here and then they vote. Even they started in the party level, right? To bring their flag bearer on those parties and then bring it, and then come the two parties then bring their candidates and go for election. And it's free and fair, even though sometimes there is some accusation. But they don't kill themselves, as we witnessed those things 3 years ago, except maybe at this time now, Trump caused a chaos. But it's a good democracy, right? It's just because they get misled and they're trying to ruin the good thing about democracy. In Canada, every 5 years they go for election and bring the MPs, and the MP will go and then elect the prime minister. To choose the prime minister based on the guideline and the principle that they put there, and they bring their prime minister. If we look at Israel, yes, maybe they have a president, which is a ceremonial, but also they have a prime minister that every year and then also people go for election. And not just only the prime minister, even the president also, they go for election to bring a president. They don't kill themselves. Democracy is a good thing. If you look at the countries that really don't practice democracy, they are in chaos. Or even the monarchy that is in Saudi Arabia, you see when Osama bin Laden become terrorists and things like that, because he was opposing that system. He wanted to be changed. A lot of kingdoms, maybe in Arab Gulf and things like that, they want the system have to be changed because it doesn't represent them. As we look at the problem that causing us now in South Sudan, and somebody was saying that, okay, the rebel problems and things like that, you go get rid of first of the rebel movement and things like that. I think the rebellion start because there is no democracy. So something will go wrong and piss you off, and you say, you know what? The only way to deal with this system is through violence, and we're gonna go. You go today, you go out, you come throw this power out. This power will run away, and then they will go organize themselves. They come again, they throw you away. We're going to be in war for centuries if we didn't adopt a system that really will help us thrive. And that is democracy. Why we don't like democracy? What are you fearing? If you have good programs, people will bring you over and over and over, unless if in the constitution there is a term that you can run, like in US, you run for 2 terms and that about it, even though if people like you, like what? That is it for you. But in some other countries, you can come over and over, like in Canada, you can come and over and over and over. Like I remember at some point, Kreshan was say, oh, enough. I have to resign now. I don't want to contest again, my family and things like that. But if you're doing good, you have good programs, you are selling yourself right, you will not have a problem. Even when the election come as simple as just in your party, right? You will not be afraid because you have good programs that your people like. Your people want you. They give you the power. You don't take it. They give it to you because you have a good program that you can lead them. As we look, of course, the democracy will not just only come like that in our country. We have to really empower institutions. Like if you look at the 3 pillars of the government that really can run the country in a very good democratic way. Maybe I know 3 pillars of the certain system. Maybe in other countries there is other system. But at least, like the 3 pillars of the government, which is executive, legislation, jurisdiction, or judiciary. So if you look at these 3 pillars, they are not politicized. If we really want to have a good democracy in our country, they are not politicized. Like the head of the judiciary, I don't remember his name, right? He shouldn't be afraid that at one day the president can bring a degree and kick him out, right? Because the only time he should come out, either he resigned or he went for what do you call it? Retire, okay? Or if he become unfit to do the job, or he died, and then they will bring a new head of Supreme Court or something like that position. Like it shouldn't be politicized, being afraid that the president can kick him out at any time. The legislation assembly, they shouldn't be afraid because the power was given to them by people. But when they are appointed like the way it is now, one decree will take them out, right? And they thought that they were given power by the people. No, they were given power by one person, and that person have a right to kick them out at any time he wants. So the institution المؤسسية يعني لازم يكون مستقلة. يعني 3 أعمدة الخاصة بالنظام الحكم والنظام الديمقراطي على الأقل اللي أنا بعرفه، أوكي، التنفيذي والتشريعي والقضائي، من المفروض يكون عندهم سيادة. يعني ما يكون العمل مسيس إنه أي وقت ممكن يصدروا قرار يشيلوهم برا. لو الشعب اللي أعطاهم سلطة ما في زول يقدر يشيلهم برا. But we have a problem. To bring a real democracy, we have to sanitize the institutions that we have and really give power to those institutions. انتوا شايفين لما كان ترامب يقول فلان ما يدخل، فلان ما يعمل، فلان ما يعمل، لكن الهيئة القضائية قدر يقول لترامب نو، ده غلط، لأنه ده ما مش موجود في الدستور بتاعنا. ترامب ما سجنهم، ترامب ما قتلهم، ترامب ما طردهم، لأنه عندهم سيادة. وما في حاجة بديك حق السيادة دي إلا الديمقراطية. النظام العسكري عندنا ما منضبط بالمرة، تابعين لقبائل وميليشيات وسياسيين وما شابه ذلك. ما عندنا القوات النظامية، ما تابعين للدولة، تابعين لأفراد. عشان كده اللي هم تابعين لهم يقول لهم امشي اعملوا، يمشي يعملوا. الشعب الجنوب السوداني ما في زول قتلهم والا عساكر بتاعهم، سواء كان جيش ولا بوليس، اي زول شايل سلاح هو القتل جنوبين، ما عرب انا ما بنكر انه ما قتلوا، او حكومه السودان ما بقول انه ما قتلوا، لكن يمكن ربع 3-4% احنا اللي قتلنا ناسنا. وبسبب شنو؟ لانه ما عندنا ديمقراطيه. يعني تعال نشوف مثلا institution الخاص بالانتخابات، the election committee or election whatever cluster or whatever they give name to them for the election. What freedom they have? So when we are talking about election, we're going to go for election if this piece get implemented in the right way, and we're going to go in election in, I don't know, 2028, something like that. Do you think it's going to be free and fair election? What power this electoral committee has? Do you think the police and the army and all the armed forces, they're going to just stand by, or they're going to be involved in raiding the votes, and we will have a fake election which is not fair and free? There will be intimidation. I remember in 70s or in the 80s, I think, in 80s, where Ja'far Muhammad Nimeri came with this system of election whereby you have to vote yes and no. And I saw that also, that thing also was echoed also in Egypt, yes and no. I remember me and my cousin, we went there, they gave us the ballot. We were 18 or 19, something like that, or 18. We were given the ballot, and then we were trying to go there. Inside the room there was an army personnel sitting there, and we tried to put it in no, and he screamed at us, and he tell us, put it there in the yes. So what is it? Is that a democracy? Right? That is not a democracy. So in our coming election, do you think that we will be free and fair? Is it going to be free and fair? Or people will be running from this poll to the other poll and try to clean their hands so they don't see that they vote in the other poll, and then they run there, and one person will be voting like 3 and 4 times just to wreck the election? Are we going to do that? No. So that will let me jump into, really, if we need to look into it, we need to educate our people. The democracy and system of election, it's only one way, not the other way. Otherwise, it's not a democracy at all. One way where a person will come and vote without fear, no intimidation. A person will come and vote for the person that he thinks will take this country forward, not backward. How can we put that into our mind? Please, let us leave the tribalism. Let us leave the nepotism. It's not going to help us. It's only democracy. You bring Deng, you bring Wani, you bring Gurkuju, you bring Alan Krok, right? It's not because of he's from you. It's just because he sells his ideas, and you think that whatever he said is going to take this country forward. What are we going to do when a president that appointed his son to be the deputy director in his office, tomorrow what is he going to be? A minister of defense? Security advisors? وإذا مد الله في عجال وراحة مين يستلم من بداله؟ ابنه? Is the one that was tried to be done by Hosni Mubarak, by Gaddafi, and I think Hafiz al-Assad succeeded. Look at Syria now. Really, people, if we want to silence the voice of gun and to empower the voice of ballot, it's through democracy. I will leave it right there. But it's a topic that we can just talking. We need everybody to be educated. Embrace democracy. Otherwise, we are not going nowhere. We will be fighting for centuries to come. While the world is moving forward, people go to moon just for honeymoon. See, please come. Bring whatever you have. Come educate us. Come let us know. What do you have? But the only way to go forward is through democracy. I'm sorry, viewers, that I took so long. Also, the friends at the studio, sorry about that.
You good.
It's sometimes annoying me when I see our country really bleeding. Some of you doesn't know me, and I don't know you, but trust me, if you come to my family, you will see all the tribes. And those who know my family, if they come, they will see all kind of tribes. For that reason, tribalism, we don't have it. Let us embrace democracy so our country can go forward. I will tell the leaders that are on the power, the leaders that yearning for power, the only way is a democracy. So tomorrow when we bring your son, we will bring your son because of the good thing that you are doing, the good thing that you did for us. We will say, let us bring this son of that good man. Because we saw good on your father, we will not be afraid to bring you to power because we know your father did good. But if you do wrong, you're burning yourself, you're burning your children. And when one of your child open their mouth in the future, they will tell him, get lost. When we get the democracy, they will say, you didn't, your father didn't bring any good to this country. Bring the chaos and the death to this country. Let me leave it there, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brother Pell. Like he said, I quote, my family are United Nations within South Sudan. So that's what he said. And I'm very happy for that. For who know Pell will know who is Pell. And also and he called it and say, embrace democracy. You know, that's the thing that we are talking here. And that's the thing that we are going to bring into this table, and everybody should express himself. He or she should come in and give an expression for opening democracy. Thank you. We will be having a song, and after song, so Brother Otto, you will come in. Thank you. So, great song.
Sorry, before you bring a song, just there is somebody make a comment here, and I'm not going to be going to them that much. You see, he was saying that okay, there is no uh, uh, independent of the what is that institution in South Sudan currently because the country is still in war and things like that. But here is the thing, brother, who say that, right? When everybody come to power, right? Let's say, for example, if let's say at the time that we before independence we voted Salva Kiir in, right, to be the president with the in the government of South Sudan, because the CPA was done in a different way where election come first, okay, before the referendum. You know, I was questioning that at all time. Why the referendum first before, why election first before the referendum? I'm not going to talk about it today because late leader, Dr. John Garang, he put it in a different way, which I was saying, what is wrong there? But as soon as you get the country, if you are a good leader, as soon as you get the country, no one pushing you out of the power, but that is where you start thinking about the democracy, put the country in the right path, right? By doing what? If it is just simply, instead of 2015, we say that, oh, we're going to go for election for the country. Why we don't start it first with the county's commissioners? Okay, let's bring them in through a democracy while you as a president, you watch them. We go for the next year when we know it's safe that we bring the county commissioners, right, in the right way, no war, no fight, okay? You have to educate people how to, like, the transition of powers in a safe way, right? You go for governors, and then when it's done good, and then you know now, hey, your people are getting the democracy, right, in the right way, right? And then now you come for the presidency to be elected. But what we look at it, as in SPLM, they couldn't understand the system of democracy, right? They bring war to us. They engulf us, all of us, into a war, while it's only them that was disagreeing. So who created the war you are talking about, brother? It may be the system that you believe into it. It's the system that created the war. And if it's created the war, what are you going to do about it? You see, either you benefit from them, you are one of those who are corrupt and taking money out of the country. Or maybe your cousin, your brother, your uncle, your father is there, and that's why you're happy with the system. Is it going to uphold, brother? No. Look at all the dictatorship in the world, how they go, right? So think twice, brother, before you say anything. You're burning yourself, and South Sudan will put you in the history, brother.
I would like to add what Brother Pell said. I think if I can just call out the name, is Brother Abel Kohn, who is writing here. I think I was able to write down some of his comment. First, he's saying a spirit of the movement won the war. That is true. I don't want to insult you, Brother Abel, but I think you need baptism. You need to be baptized in order to speak the language of the truth. To speak the language of the truth. Because you are not seeing the reality because of the life you are in now. Maybe you might see it when it is too late. That's why I'm saying you need to be baptized so that you become one of the people of Southern Sudan who will speak the truth. Is a spirit of the movement won the war. I think Pell mentioned that it was because of democracy that make us to won the war. And what does it mean here? Everybody contributed in that war. There was no war in Southern Sudan that was fought without people in the villages. And everybody in the village contributed, either by giving information to the Anyanya or at least giving them their goat to have something to eat. That is representation. They are taking part, they are representing themselves. But is the people today, you and your government are killing, and you calling for people to be destroyed in their villages. So how can you win the war if we have to fight the war today again? If there is liberation or war, how can we win it if your government is destroying the villages and killing the people that won the war, that made us to win the war we fought between South and the North? So it was through democracy, representation, participation in the war that make us to win the war. Now, at the time of your government, there is no representation. And you saying that democracy bring betterness to our people. That is true. You contradicting yourself. And then again you saying hunger, power hunger was caused by people who looking for the position. You are wrong. If we talk about democracy, it's a rotation of the power. Is what Pell mentioned in America, 4 years or 8 years if you are good enough, and then delegate the power to another. But if you stick on it like what Trump tried before, and then you will have instability like what is going on in Southern Sudan. And this is what Martin King said before to the white people, that either we destroy this America on ourselves or we fix it. Because country does not belong to white people only. It belongs to all American, Latino, black, white. And last time the white supremacists, they spoken out saying that the black people are danger to America security. Well, you have been informed before by Martin King that either we will destroy it over our head or we have to fix it. Now your government and you, Abel, is doing the same thing. And then you are complaining why people are carrying arms. When there is injustice, as Martin King said, injustice somewhere, threat justice anywhere. So if you baptize yourself to see correctly, you will look at the root causes of the war and you will stop blaming the people who are fighting against the government. So when you start looking at the root causes of the war, there is a conversation we are looking for as the people of Southern Sudan. Let us be real. Let us sit down and have an honest conversation or dialogue about the root causes of the war. And then when we done, there is no any person who will carry the war arm again. So yes, don't blame. Even in America, the people who are hung, who are killed, when they are arrested, when they committed a crime, they are sick people. Mentally, they are sick. And they are now being victimized because what led them to commit a crime is because of social and political factors. If you don't have a job, you might think of going to steal. You have children at home. And then when the police arrested you, and then you are now criminal. But if you look at the reason, what forced me to commit it, an act of theft, is because of conditions I'm living in. So when you hang me, you are hanging a sick person who has been forced into this situation. So that's why many people in America, they are saying, stop killing the sick people. If you want to stop this one, it's better to resolve their problem. Likewise, if you want to stop the war in Southern Sudan, stop the dictatorship and let us embrace democracy. So that is to answer how to answer your comment here. So you need to be baptized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I know. Also, too, technic, technical team, you have to watch our comment, a private comment, because sometimes I write something, and if also too the rest of the hosts also too, you have to watch on the comment also too, private comments. So thank you. So now give us music. I believe Kalam Dollar is a very very good song. I love that song. So and after that, if it is stop, also you will add something. And
Okay. Okay.
دولار في البنك. لا لا لا، حتى الجدل المحلي المانجا واللبن كله بيها غالي، قال عشان دولار دي نياي. كلام دولار يا دولار ارجع بلدك، كلام دولار كلام دولار بقى مشكلة جنوبين، ما عنده قروش باكل وين، ما عنده شغل باكل وين، لو جات كله بقى دولار، انا زعلان كلام دولار، لو جات كله بقى دولار، انا زعلان كلام دولار. أفهم جو يا تجار كل شيء made in Juba، ليه تقول بدولار، دولار ده ما قروشنا. I'm proud of South Sudan pounds، pounds وانا زعلان كلام دولار. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, DJ. I think our brother, you deliver a lot, and also we are continuing with our topic. You know, sometimes we don't have to go back to something we are not right. You need to look for the title, please. Our title here, نحن قاعد نتكلم عن ديمقراطية وديكتاتورية. زي ما عملنا تعريف وجماعة اتكلموا قبل شوية فهمت منهم، نحن هنستمر في نفس التوبيك ده. فالمهم الأغنية اللي كان بغني قبل شوية عنده معنى. ليه دولار قال كلام الدولار بقى مشكلة في جنوب السودان لأنه الاقتصاد بتاعنا تعبان. وواحد من الدول المتقدمة في مرتبة الأولى في ديمقراطية سيستم بيقولوا النرويج. سألوا ناس كتار قال ليه النرويج يكون دولة متقدمة واقتصاد بتاعه وديمقراطية بتاعه بقى نمر واحد في العالم كله. اللي جاوب على الكلام ده هم قدروا يعمل كنترول للاقتصاد بتاعهم، وعندهم نظام بتاع شنو؟ بتاع الولفير اللي هو الخدمات. خدمات كويس وعندهم اقتصاد كويس. بعد كده يفضل لهم موضوع بتاع شنو؟ الاستقرار، وهم مستقرين اصلا، عشان كده هم جاوا في المرتبه الاولى في الدول الديمقراطيه اللي في العالم كله. النظام بتاعه ما ممكن نطبقه النهارده في جنوب السودان، لانه ما فاهمين حاجه اسمها اقتصاد ده شنو ذاته. يوم الجنوب بدا كان دولار قروش بتاعه كان باكل قروش السودان والمصر والمحلات ده كله، لكن عشان نانو ماشيين بالتراك المكسور في الاخر وصلنا في محطه ثانيه كده لقينا انه قروش بتاعنا قاعد ياكلوا بدل كان ناكل القروش بتاع الجماعه ديل. وعشان كده ما نتقدم الا نرجع للسيستم بتاع شنو؟ الديمقراطيه. الشعب يجي يتكلموا بالاغلبيه واصوات بتاعهم يكون مسموع. عشان كده في تعريف بتاعنا في بدايه انا جبت التعريف كده بتاع واحد سوداني، لانه نانو كان جزء من السودان قبل كده. في واحد اسمه كاتب صحفي اسمه مصطفى امين، هو كان كتب في جريده عمل تعريف للديمقراطيه والديكتاتوريه. فلما نعمل تعريف للديمقراطيه قال شنو؟ قال الديمقراطيه هو الشعب يراقب وبرلمان يحاسب والصحافه تنقد. يوم جاء عمل تعريف للديكتاتوريه قال الديكتاتوريه هو الشعب يحتف وبرلمان يصفق والصحافه شنو؟ ترقص. وده الحقائق الموجوده يا جماعه. شوف الفرق. يوم يكون في ديمقراطيه الشعب يكون عندهم صوت وهم شنو؟ بيجيبوا اللي هم دايرينه، وبعد كده بيجيبوا برلمان، وبعد كده البرلمان بيشتغل شنو في القوانين والحاجات الثانيه ديل وخدمات. بعد كده من في خدمات وقوانين موجوده في البلد، بعد كده قام جاب شنو؟ حاجه اسمه صحافه. في ناس بيقول يا اخي ما تنقد فلان ده قريبي، لا ما في، ده جزء من الديمقراطيه. ده هو ذاته موجود في الملف. لما تيجي ده تخش في راسك لازم تكون فاهم نفسك عيبك شنو؟ المفروض تعرفه قبل ما تمشي في راسك. لو انت قاعد تاخد حاجات في جيبك طلع اللي في جيبك اول، بعد كده تعال نتكلم في الموضوع بتاع شنو؟ الشعب. لكن ما ممكن تاخد في جيبك وانت ما قاعد تاخد شنو؟ ما قاعد تهمك الشعب. عشان كده لما يجي وقت شعب الجنوب السوداني بدأ يفهموا الكلمة الديمقراطية وهم يجيبوا الناس الكويسين، ده الوقت فعلا أطفالنا وأطفال أطفالنا بقدر يعرفوا حاجة اسمه شنو؟ الدولة. لكن الوقت الحالي حيث ما معروف نسميه الدولة ولا نسميه الوقت. فتعريفات كثيرة، المهم مدارس كثير زي ما أخ فيل ذكروا لكم. في السودان زمان كان في ديمقراطية بيقولوا نعم ولا، وفعلا ده كان الماشي، وفي الآخر كمان مش كده، لكن بغيروا المخ بتاع الشعب وبقول له أبوكم منو، وبعد كده بمشي بقول له بورا المغني ده اللي داير يستفيد من نميري بقول أبوكم منو، بعد كده ده بمشي بقول نميري. يعني الشعب ما فاهمين أصلا دايركشن هم بمشي فيه. عشان كده نايل نيشن نتورك وشغال من هسه. ما في اسمه تمشي من يقول لك ده اخوك امشي تصوت لاخوك وتمشي تصوت لاخوك بدون ما تعرف برنامج بتاعه، لا، لازم تكون شنو؟ مفتوح، يكون في انفتاح في العقل. عشان تقدر تعرف بالضبط انت تجيب منو اللي بقدر بيفيدك. نوريك اللي حصل في امريكا قبل فتره، ده اللي هو الديمقراطيه ذاته. يمن جو بايد كان واقف في حزب الديمقراطي، كان في ناس كتار، لكن بدأ يصفوا انفسهم بشنو؟ بعيوب بتاعهم. يمن تلقى نفسك هنا فعلا قبضوك، انت عملت حاجه ما كويس قبل كده وقبضوك، طوال بيطيروك برا من الخط، لقال ما فضل منو؟ جو بايد. لكن الشعب الامريكي عشان هم واعيين هنا يتعلموا حاجه اسمها الديمقراطيه دي شنو، هم بدأوا يفهموا ان ما هيجيبوا جنة صغير في الوقت الحالي، لانه في ظروف اقتصاديه وامنيه، وكان في مرض كمان جاي، لازم يجيبوا شنو؟ دول بخبره. فعلا جاوا منو؟ جو بايد عشان يمشي يجيب مع ترامب، لانه ترامب بيشتم اي واحد، انت مره انت راجل بيشتمك. وانت شفت حاجات في التي في يمكن يكون في ديبيت، الجلاو ده منو؟ جو بايد. يمن بدا يشتم جو بايد بطلعوا من الخط، وبمشي بقول يا شعب الامريكي قد شوفوا زول ده يا الرئيس بتاعتكم، في الاخر سقط. دي الحاجه هيحصل في جنوب السودان. لكن قبل يحصل نايل نيشن نتورك هيشتغل ان يعمل واعي للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. يمن يجي وقت ده النظام الدكتاتوري ما فات في جنوب السودان، ده الوقت فعلا نقدر نعرف انفسنا ان في نظام بتاع شنو، يكون في محايد ديمقراطيه يقدر يودي شنو البرنامج بتاع النجاح. ما يكون المساله بتاع شنو ودامي تعلم لكن ما بعرف يخدم، ده ما هو المطلوب. هيكون عندنا الشروط بتاع المنو بيجي ذاته في الرئاسه بتاعت شنو الديمقراطيه اللي نحن دايرينه في مع بعض. ما راح نمشي نقول ده كان مناضل قبل كده. لو انت كان مناضل قبل كده المفروض تكون فاهم كلمه النضال دي شنو اصلا، مش على اساس تيجي تقول شنو انت كان من كنت في غابه تاكل من الشعب، وبعد ما تيجي كمان بعد ما يجي يطلع الدوله اللي لسه قاعد تاكل شنو قروش بتاع الشعب. ده ما نضال. نضال انه ما تخلي مسكين او طفل بتاع زميلك يمشي يلقط في الشارع. المفروض تعمل الاقتصاد بتاعه كويس، هو يمشي شنو مدرسه، يكون عنده مستشفى وعنده امني، وتخليه بعد ما يمشي مدرسه ويتخرج يكون عنده شغل. ده هو النضال الناس بيتكلموا فيه، وده اللي هو النضال الشعب شغال فيه، وده هو النضال نايل نيشن نتورك شغال فيه. هنخلي الناس واعيين يدي اصوات بتاعهم لانسان شنو المناسب. بعض الاحيان الناس بمشي بيلخمون بالكلام بتاع القبليه. ما في ديمقراطيه قبليه بتاع قبيله، في ديمقراطيه بتاع شنو الشعب بالوعي. ما يكون المساله بتاع شنو تيجي تلخمنا بقروش ولا تيجي تتكلم في الموضوع بتاع شنو انا بديك وظيفه. لا، ده ما الديمقراطيه. نعرف الانسان من بدا التحركات بتاعه اعماله، لغايه ما يجي نتكلم في الموضوع هل فعلا هو بقدر ينفذ ولا بقدر بيتكلم. وعلى حسب تعريفات كثيره على اداره ما كلام، اداره تنفيذ. لازم تكون الانسان منفذ البرنامج اكثر من شنو يتكلم. والنايل نيشن نتورك هيكون شغال في الموضوع بتاع البرنامج بتاع الديمقراطيه. طبعا لو كان انا كان نعمل مقارنه يكون عندي عمود هنا مثلا طريقه بتاع الاختيار بتاع الليدر، والطريقه بتاع الإلكشن، والامن والحقوق الانسان في عهد الديمقراطيه. المفروض ده حنناوله من زمن يسمع، لكن انا بدي فرصه للاخوان التانيين عشان يجي كمان يجيبوا افكار بتاعهم، ندي فرصه للناس اللي دايرين يشاركوا بافكارهم كمان. شكرا.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, like now, soon, for those who are requesting the link, We will welcome you soon. So give us a little bit. So we will give you that chance to come in. And now, Sister Jojo, so you want to add something, and then so we will make sure uh, we will drop the link for those who need to come in. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mabor. I just want to add something because I agree with those of you that say that um, democracy democracy is what we need in South Sudan. Because, like I said in the beginning, that the government in South Sudan is a dictator uh, government. The system that is being running is a one-man show, as we all know. There's so many intimidation. There's no freedom. There's no rights. Um, I feel that democracy is the right way to go. And somebody asked a question I was following, and they said, "Is South Sudan ready now for democracy?" I just want to say that if you feel South Sudan is not ready now, it's me and you and Pell and William and Otho and Dude. We are the ones that are going to start uh, changing the system now. And if we don't do it, who's going to do it? And when is South Sudan going to be ready? People are suffering. People are dying. So it's on me and you to start making changes. We need to make the change of the system that is going on in South Sudan. Like I said, it's Salva has been in the government since 2005. Today it's 2021. And that's dictatorship. There's no, it's just a one-man show. He's the one hiring and firing, and he gives degree. All he does is just give degree on TV of firing and hiring people, and he select the people that are closer to him. And we know, like so many people have been died. There's no freedom. There's no freedom of speech. There's no rights. Like what is recently happening um, in Juba. I saw, I think 2 days ago. I think everybody watched the older lady that have been raped, and on top of it, she's been killed too. So those are the things that are going on in South Sudan. People don't have freedom. People don't have peace. You can't sleep in the night. You can't go out in the nighttime. It's not safe. You'll be killed. Unknown gunmen, security personnel, pick people, random people in the nighttime. So those are the things that those are the problems that if the government system is a dictator, those are the things that they rule by power, because they have power over the people. But democracy, the argument that the democracy is the best for us is because it's the people that choose. We are the ones that choose the person that represent us. And you have to, because we vote for the right person, and we feel like the person is threatening us or is killing people, we can just not vote for him next time. So the people have the power. So I am still gonna argue that we should bring change to South Sudan. uh, with democracy we can bring peace, and our country will move forward. We are sick and tired of war. We're sick and tired of our people dying, and people are, there's no stability. People are running from country to country. uh it's about time. It's about time. So for you that is asking that, is South Sudan ready? It's on you and me and all of us that we have to to change our mindset. It starts from the way we're thinking, you know. We should start thinking positive. We should leave tribalism. It's not because you're from Denka or from Nuer or from Equatoria. No, we are one people, and we need to come together. We need to leave hatred. We need to leave tribalism. We need peace. I'm gonna yell back to Mabor. Thank you, guys.
Thank Mr. Dunmasiang for reminding us. Yes, we may see the error, and we will be fixing it immediately. And I really appreciate it, showing us that error, error that on the comment or on the sign written for democracy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And now, for those who are really yelling to come to the podium, please, our system is here. You can express your concern and you can express your rights, but we don't use incitement or insult. This is something that if you use any word among those, if you got cut off, do not blame. But we know that everybody are not equal. But please, you can control yourself and wait for what you can say. Thank you. So now, in this case,
Brother Mabor. Brother Mabor, I was just I know maybe some of the viewers they want to come, but I know that talking about the democracy versus or dictatorship versus democracy, it's a lengthy thing. But even before we bring like the panel here, I'm not sure if they exhaust all the thing that they have. Like for me here, I have a question for all of us, even the viewers. And the question, I just want to throw it up there and let me see how people respond to it, including you guys, the panel. Do this peace agreement, which is the virtualized peace agreement, is it going to bring democracy to our country? Like as the peace, people think that there is a peace in South Sudan now, but do you think this peace, revitalized peace agreement, will bring us to a democracy as the way we think if we go for election 2028, or is it really we're going to get there? So I need your input into this, like you the panel.
Okay, thanks. It will not be only panel, and it will be the question for all, including the the audience. So I will be very happy if Brother Gadet, if you could drop the link, it will be great, and then let the people know while you're dropping the link, so anybody could give an answer for that, and let it be 2 to 1 minute, and will be great. So while the link is dropped down there, and for you audience, there we will be have only 4 people will come in. If you will be on table down, if you are not yet going to the podium, please do not blame. It's because it's full. You can see yourself down there. You are not yet brought up, so it may be it's full. Thank you. So that too.
اوكي. خليني جاوب على السؤال بتاع قال قال هل الاتفاقية المنشط في جنوب السودان بتجيب الديمقراطية للشعب اللي قاعد يعاني من الجوع، من المجاعة، من عدم استقرار، وكلهم مشتتين؟ فعلا السؤال ده في محله، لكن لو انت نظرت الوقت الحالي عملنا تعريف للديمقراطية عند قرار بتاع الشعب، هم يبغوا يقرروا. إذن على حسب التعريف اللي عملناه حاجة ده ما راح يجيب الديمقراطية، لأن ده النظام بتاع شنو؟ العسكري. يقول لك قوم لازم تقوم otherwise بقتلوك. فعشان كده مشكلة بتاع اتفاق السلام في حاجات كتير ما دارين على أساس كان نناولها هنا. من ضمن الحاجات الموجود حاليا ما عندنا دستور، اتفاقية ذاته ما دخلوا في الدستور. إذن ما راح يجيب الديمقراطية، لأنه حاجة ده يبدو إذا كان ما دخلوا في الدستور ده منو ماسك الكلام اللي ما يقدر يخش، ما يقدر يدخلوا في الدستور له، عشان في نظام بتاع شنو؟ العسكري في البلد. والنظام ده أصلا ما راح يمشي إلا يكون مقابل. ناس الفيزا بيقول شنو؟ قال لكل رد الفعل شنو؟ مقابله. وعشان كده النظام الموجود ما النظام الديمقراطي ده النظام الديكتاتوري، لازم يكون في شنو؟ ديكتاتوري تاني أو مجموعة بتاع الديكتاتورين يمشي للديكتاتور الواحد ده، وبعد كده يقدر يغير شنو؟ النظام، بعد كده يجيبوا شعب. ده البسيط اللي عندي ممكن أشارك به. شكرا.
Yeah, if I can add something on that, thank you for the question. Yes, you know, عبر اليار يمكن كتب في كتاب يقولوا قال how many peace has been dishonored, and that is really a very good important topic. How many peace that has been dishonored? Indeed, when we sign the peace and we starting to copy and paste good constitutions or bylaws or whatever, that is totally different from implementation. So all the good things remain always in the book, but when we go home to implement it, it's not there, and then people go for war again. And there are many reasons for that. اتفاقية الموجود هلا في جنوب السودان ما في شيء بطال فيه أبدا. It's the same thing like اتفاقية بتاع 2005. But practically, they are not honored or respected. You know, when there is a transition has to be real. And each person has a different mission. I have a different mission. Maybe if I am a military guy, God give me that ability to fight the war. Like Musa has been given a mission to lead the Israelis. He is good in that. But when his mission is over, somebody with a fresh mind, blood, have to come that will suit the situation during that transition. So yes, in Sudan today, in Southern Sudan, you are a military, you fought the war, you need to be installed as a civil leaders to rule people. So if God has given you already a different mission, and now you are not willing to delegate a power to another people to take care of this civic duty, is a problem. Etifagia is very clear. They call it revitalization of the peace. What can assure us that, yes, Etifagia de Mugad Nafas, as required in the book, security arrangement is one of them. His government is willing to arrange a security in order that we have a national army from all people of Southern Sudan. The government is not willing to do that. So that itself is a problem. Appointment that is taking place either from a side of SPLMIO or GI is wrong, because we are now talking about revitalization of the peace to have endurable peace in our country, which require responsible government, which require a democratic transformation of institution, as well put it before, that three the branches of government: judicial, legislative, and executive. So if we are not sure of people we are entrusting with the power to lead in those governmental institution, that is problem itself, because now we know people now have no food and the money is going for the hotels rent. So this piece is there, but all of us, that's why we have to educate ourselves, just that we as people could become more aware and try to put pressure on our leader to do the right thing. But yes, number one is security arrangement and devaluation of devolution of the power, or giving power to the people. So if the security arrangement is not done, it is still a problem, and that's why we're having war in Wow, war in Equatorial, war in Afar Nile, and it's continuing. But number one, security arrangement can give us assurance to implement the peace. Thank you. It's a good question.
Thank you. Yes. Anybody who want to come in, please. The app is down there. The link, we send the link down, so you can come in and give an answer for what you think. Thank you very much. And Brother Simon, if you want anything to add, or sister, you already add. Okay, what happened there?
Yeah, I just want to add, answer the question before somebody comes in. It's a good question. Um, is the revitalized peace agreement going to bring democracy to South Sudan? It's a really good question. I just want to say this. We all know that the government in South Sudan has no will. The government is not implementing the peace agreement in letter and spirit. We all know that. It takes them some time. Like, they know that it's like Mr. Williams say, it's a revitalized peace agreement. Yani بالعربي تنزلات. Yani if we discuss and then we agree. I will step down, somebody will step down, and we reach agreement at the end. But the way we're seeing it, Salva Kiir has no will, because he just wants to rule. He doesn't want to share powers with everybody. And intimidation is still going on, killing is still going on, and we know that. So the only way, to me, I believe, is just a personal view. I feel like this is the only way for us to bring peace in South Sudan, because there's no any other way. People fought, people died, and still there's yani mafi hal. Let us, and we don't have any other options. Like, we don't have many options. Let us try, believe in this peace. And I don't know why South Sudanese are scared of peace. Peace is a good thing, but the way we think always of war, people like to fight. Let us change that mentality. Let us love one another. Let us bring peace to our country. Like, for example, most of us that are in diaspora, I'm just sorry to say that we are in a foreign land. We love to live out here. People in America and Canada is peaceful. Why can't we make South Sudan peaceful like any other country? People go from here to their homeland. They go visit. They love to go back. But we cannot go because of war. You know? How long are we going to fight? How long are we going to be in war? Like I said, it's 2021 already. Are we going to fight until the year 3000? Let us change that mentality, you know. So I just want to say that like Mr. Williams said, the security arrangement is a big thing, and the government doesn't want to make security arrangements, because they feel like they have the power. Like we said, if Salva Kiir is a dictator, he uses power, right? And he doesn't want to share that power. So by giving power to somebody else as a dictator, he doesn't want to do that, and he feels powerless. And that's why we encourage democracy. It should be by the people. If people are tired and they say that we don't want Salva Kiir, step aside, let somebody take over. Maybe somebody's gonna be better than you, you know. So I just want to add that to the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'm the person, I'm the conductor, but trying to put myself into position to answer things, but trying to add a little bit on this question. If on this question, if we put it the way our brothers Pal put it, yes, it's speaking. Let me say it's speaking. It's speaking other way. It's speaking to bring democracy, and it's speaking to take us back to war or take us back to dictatorship. Because to realize on this is the team or the person who is behind the war in 2013. until today is the person who is benefit and is the person who is controlling not to make things to be success. Why I say that? It seems like South Sudanese have not yet identified who is who doing all these things in South Sudan. And that's the big question that we're supposed to answer. Because in South Sudan today, those who are dying, it's not a fear. It's not a people. It's a people. Because people are few. People are too many. Why I say this, South Sudanese are dying every corner, including the hometown of the president that who is the leadership today. Should he understand that the death of the civilian who was protected his army that brought him to be a president today, feeding them during that people were in war? There are people who feeding them, there are people protecting them, there are people who guiding them. Do he understand exactly that people are a human or that people are in need? So if he could understand that himself, I think this war should stop. But because he does not understand, and the system that doesn't make him to be understandable for this is the elite group that came from Khartoum with their own ideology party, the party that is belong to NCP. Now they form what they call it Young Council of Elders. I can see that the problem to my own understanding. But do the South Sudanese that are dying, do they know, including those who are supporting the Young Council of Elders, that every person that is died, he himself, the person who is supporting Young Council of Elders, he himself contributing to his death of his brother or his uncle or his son or his daughter? Do they understand that? I bet they don't. But if not, if they don't, do they do research for that? I bet no. So to make it short, I went too far. I'm the one who just hosting the show. I suppose not to do. This is my apology. I will leave it there as a gap until next time. So if someone else, and then I can talk. So thank you very much. Anybody want to say something?
Yeah, brother Mabor, let me come again. As I asked that question, for sure, already there is something running in my mind. Because if we are talking about democracy, and as the peace agreement that we are implementing now, or the system in South Sudan thinking that they are implementing the peace, is supposed to lead us to democracy. That is all what we think. But as I'm talking to you now, people are doing otherwise. The democracy that we think that at the end of the tunnel, I don't see it now. I don't see it. Because, you know, when you say that there is a peace, okay, you don't carry any grudges, okay? You just get into the mood of peace. You don't carry any grudges. So can somebody open two devices there and is repeating after me? It's echoing. Okay, unless you know you drop the link and maybe those those who play games they start hacking what we are they try to ruin it. But
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, okay. So as some of you mentioned earlier, right? Do the security arrangement is going the way it should be? No, it's not going the way it should be. Okay. First of all, there was a delay, right? And to the delay of funding, right? To make sure that those forces that are in training camp, they're supposed to be trained and graduate and then come now be the unified forces or the national army. And the reason why that thing was done, so at least no one from the tribes that their villages were torn apart, they were sending to disarray to neighboring countries for no reason. They are not part of what happened in Juba. They are not part of it. But because of there is a certain tactics, and maybe that is not what we are talking about. We are not talking about tribalism. But whenever time we bring topic about anything about South Sudan, trust me, it will touch the presidency, the president himself, Salva Kiir. It will touch the SPLA. It will touch SPLM. It will touch corruption. It will touch tribalism. It will touch nepotism, because all these things, they go together. Even though we try to maybe take them apart and try to talk about it and educate ourselves and educate our people, right? That is not the right way it should be. So if you look at it, the security arrangement, what happened? There is a delay for them to get well trained and graduate. Not just only that, wherever they are in training camps, there was been attack several times in different areas. And who is attacking them, right? Somebody was saying in one show, is the forces of the wife of the first vice president fighting the army of the husband, right? Because she's the minister of defense. But do you think that she have a say really when these things are happening, right? Who incited those people to go and targeted those who are in training camp that's supposed to come to be the unified army or the national army of the country, that all of us, we have to see ourselves. So tomorrow we're not going to be afraid that there is Matianganyor or Dut Kubang that an unknown gunman, right? Where Paul Malone, when he rebelling, and he say no, it was the army themselves being called what do you call it? A known gunman, right? And look at it now. Even as you look at it, right? When there is no this transparency of what is happening, why these people are not getting graduate, so people can feel secure. That is one of the things that you look at it. When you look at it in a different angle, you realize, no, this piece is not really being implemented in the right way. Of course, if we are yearning for democracy at the end of the tunnel, we're not going to get there, right? You're not going to get there. Um, as some of you mentioned, there is no permanent constitution. Where is the parliament that supposed to put the constitution together and then pass? So at least we will know that the democracy will be the only way to lead us out of this mess. Nothing like that. There is no program even to bring those who are in camps, which is supposed to be a settlement program for those who are in neighboring countries and refugee camps. Not just only that, even those who are inside South Sudan, in those camps inside South Sudan, there is no program for them, right? For them to come out. They don't see the real peace happening out there. Some of them try to get out and their life was lost because maybe there is somebody still in their houses. The government is talking about, okay, let us talk to them, let them come out of the camps and then let them go to their villages, right? So who are in Juba now? Is everybody is going to go to their village then, and then will be only the barrier that will be left in Juba? Is that is the case? So you don't do it like that. You implement the peace in a spirit as it's come in the paper. When you implemented it, right? So the people will by themselves, they will know that the peace is there. They will enjoy the peace dividends. And then they will start going freely, right? They want to stay in the capital. They want to go back in their villages because the army that was tearing them apart, right? They are not there anymore, right? So they will go back and live peacefully. But there is a program like that? Like even though when we see now with the flood happening, right? Did the government of South Sudan really provided the food and the shelter and the clothes, whatever, right, to all the areas that really was destroyed by flood, right? Leave alone, I don't want to talk about they are trying to make dice and things like that. Dice is not enough. We will talk about it another day. There is other things that need to be done. So to prevent us to be swarmed again or being flooded again, there is other things need to be done, not the dice. So as you look at it, yes, not like we don't see really this peace agreement is leading us towards peace. But you see only maybe people getting fatigued, people getting tired, they just surrender, right? And let's just do it, right? But there is no actual peace there. We came out of Sudan because we felt that there is discrimination in Sudan, and there was for sure. Those of us who live in northern Sudan and things like that, you go all to the old ministries and things like that, right? Who you gonna see? Do you see Southern people are represented there in those ministries and things like that? So now if you come to South Sudan, is it not the same thing happening now? Go to all the ministries. Look at the South Sudan TV. Who you are seeing every day? Who is talking to you every day, right? Look at the ambassadors out of South Sudan. Look at the armed forces, the high rank, who are they, right? So it's the same way that we came out of Sudan. That is the same taking shape now in South Sudan. Is really we are going toward peace? I sympathize with this guy Baraka that was saying that you guys people in diaspora, you just talk and where is he? Where is what he put there, right? So with Baraka Do or something like that, I don't know, fake names sometime, I don't know, it's weird, right? I don't know, maybe he's a security personnel or whatever, right? And maybe he's one of those really that he enjoy what is happening in South Sudan. He is reaping the dividends of the dictatorship that going on there, right? Even though I look at his picture, he's very skinny. So, but you don't know what he is enjoying, right? Or maybe I really sympathize with you because maybe you're not free like me here. You are being oppressed. You can't say what you want. Otherwise, you're going to be in blue house tomorrow if you open your mouth, or you're going to run to one of the refugee camps, either in Sudan or out of Sudan, in South Sudan or out of South Sudan, right? So I sympathize with you because you don't have the freedom that we have. And that's why we are opening this show. So at least, brother, I'm just telling you, like, listen, if you felt that what we are saying is true, right? And that is the only way. If really you are not part of that system, they're really chasing everybody away so you can steal the resources of the country. Or maybe tomorrow you think the government, the presidency will be put into your hand by your uncle and you go ahead with it, right? Really, I feel sorry for you, because if you know that we are speaking the right, you don't need to express yourself now. But you have to help educate other people that doesn't see the truth, right? And tell them, hey, this is what should happen. All the tribe of South Sudan, we need to be in harmony together. We need to thrive together. Otherwise, we will be in chaos for long centuries to come, right? So you just learn and know the truth, and then when the election come and there is no rigging and then nothing like that, and help also, so the system of election, you go there and observer, make sure there is no reading and things like that, and cast your vote, right, to the person that you think really will take this country forward, not backward. So I really feel sorry for you. You are there. You can talk. The only way maybe to stay alive is just also keep disregarding the truth that we are telling you here, and you think that you're doing something good. So just keep it to yourself, buddy. We are trying to help. We are not inciting anything. We are not saying go take Salva Kiir out and things like that. All of us, we want that at the end of the tunnel, South Sudan should be enjoying a democratic system. That is all what we are saying. Why you're pissed off? Why you're feeling bad about it, right? So I feel sorry for you. You're hopeless right there. Go back to you, brother Mabur.
Yeah, comrade, and I think there is question there, especially that I don't know if these people they're thinking that people who are on the show here they are IO. I don't know, but you know we have to separate ourselves from the issues when we come and talk. We don't want to see things uh, like these people from IO, these people from NDM, and then what they said, it is white, and then we see it like red. It's not. We are more than that. We are a human. We are people. We are good people. So we should just separate issues from people or from party. Then we come here, we're talking about the point. We all, what will make me to fall in love with the topic is something people talking about it. What is it? No matter who is saying it, because it is information. Now there is a question that uh, the defense minister is IO, which is true. But we're talking about democracy here. The reason Salva Kiir has formed a committee, I think I don't have the information right here to know who is the head of this committee. They call it a security committee. It was imposed on the peace partner in Southern Sudan. So they created or they established that body, security committee, and I think Tutkeo is one of them. And Salva Kiir, that's why I'm saying I don't have information right here. Maybe he is the one who is the head of that committee or Tutkeo. So if we're talking about democracy, look at the composition of that committee. Usually, let's look at America recently. They said in the Senate during previous election, Democrat and Republican maybe 50-50. But now what will happen in 50-50 here, the vice president will be the one who will come and vote if these people vote 50-50. So if we're talking about democracy in the Southern Sudan, this security committee being led by President Salva Kiir himself or Tutkeo, how many people or member from IO there? Is still Salva Kiir dominated this body. And that domination itself is a proof that we are not genuine in implementation of the peace. Because if we are genuine, if we are really serious about peace, we don't mind about how many people will be there, as well as the peace agreement say this is what we're going to implement as it is said in the stipulated in the peace agreement. We don't need people, how many people from Kir, how many people from Riek Machar. But if the committee is dominated by Kir, that will hinders the operation of the defense minister. And then it become like Siyasa Bida Khartoum, you just put a puppet and then the puppet will not do anything. Yeah, and you appointed governors in Afar Nile or in Wow or in Juba, and then you call him the governors of that state. But actually, you, Nameri, you are the one controlling, or you, Bashir, you are the one controlling. You know, it's the same thing. If defense minister is being surrounded by this majority from Kir, and then they will do things called democracy, and it will not work because he is minority there. So go again to the executive body where Salva Kiir is. They refused Lamakol, who's supposed to be a vice president. They bring Abdul Baki. Mabar Jabunu Minwen, you didn't even have a movement. And Lamakol was a capable person within the political alliance of Southern Sudan. No, because there is a fear about what they will say when they are there in that executive body. They don't want somebody who will come and influence them. So they brought Abdul Baki. So you have Salva Kiir himself, and you have Wanaiga, you have Tabanda, and you have Abdul Baki. Verse 1. 4 verse 1. Where is democracy here? And they are all calling themselves peace partners. If 4 are against 1. And now we are coming here and saying The defense ministry is IO. He's supposed to be the one taking care of the army or security arrangement. But actually, she's been handicapped. Riek Machar being handicapped. Lamakol has been pushed away there. So that is where the problem is coming from. Therefore, if we really want to be serious about the peace, we're supposed to be concerned about how are we going to do that, what kind of the manpower we need, what kind of qualification we need. Those are the things that will concern at first, not the number to dominate or to destroy the peace, but who are these people to be there? What kind of qualification they have? And then we appointed them according to their qualification, and they will really look at the piece article by article, and then they will work it out. But now, if we are just talking about how many we need Tutke, we need blah blah blah, we need this one, and that is a problem. That is what we people of Southern Sudan, we must know what is the difficulties in a peace process. The difficulties is right there, Salva Kiir. He hijacked the peace agreement by just controlling this executive body and again appointing a security committee dominated by him. And then when there is a war in Wow, this committee have a saying. If it is in Upper Nile or wherever, this committee are responsible, not defend ministry. Thank you. This is what I just want to add into that.
Thank you very much. Like those, please, the link is down, and also too now we welcome one of the audience who come to the podium, and I will be welcoming our brothers John, brother John. So the topic today is democracy versus dictator versus democracy, either in Arabic or in English. So welcome, brother John Justice.
Yeah, thank you for giving me these opportunities, and I'd like to thank all the panels and your audience. Regarding the issue of democracy and dictatorship, in my opinion, I think democracies are quite a bit far away for us as Sudanese at this point. Our priority first, or democracy, peace and stability is a prerequisite for democracy. If we don't have peace, stability, we cannot conduct a democracy peacefully. So, based on that note, I think we should focus first to see how we can bring peace in South Sudan. That's the first thing should be as a priority, not democracy. But that does not mean we don't want democracy. But we should look first to see at the issues that making the peace impossible. For example, the issue of slow of implementation of peace agreement. We should also look beyond that to see why the government is reluctant, or why the opposition is reluctant to do or to implement the peace. Because once we identify the reason why the parties are reluctant to implement the peace, then will be able to come up with a possible solution in order to ease that. Based on my observation, I think some provision within the peace agreement is not in favor of the government. That's why the government is reluctant to implement the peace. And one of those, I assume, to be is the hybrid court. That could be one of the reasons, because nobody will set court for himself if he knows himself he was part of this crime. This is also we should look at it critically. Is it possible? Even no matter how brave you are, I doubt that can happen. There's not many people do that. I saw that only by the president of Kenya, Uhuru. He went to RCC. He stepped aside. So that's the only one. I don't think we can have one like him. So the other thing I think we should really be careful, try to see how can people diffuse that and try to ease the environment for people in order to get to this ultimate goal that we want to have a democracy in our country. If we can compromise some other things, we are going to achieve it no matter what, but it's going to be expensive because there's no one there going to give in just like that to go to court because you want to give peace. I think that's impossible. It's not going to happen. So, in my opinion, is we have to think critical here. We know, in life there is a give and take. Some other things that we have to compromise in order to make this less expensive but sustainable for us to have an ultimate peace that we want in that country. Because if you look at the environment, all we have around us, it's just the same people nurturing the same regime. How are you going to make it? It's not that easy. For us to implement that force, the Khartoum one, is because Khartoum scenario is slightly different from our case in South Sudan. South Sudan, we are built on ethnicities, but not in a national value. So it's very hard for us to come together at one point to do something. But for those in Khartoum, they managed to do that because they did not build a society based on a tribe, but it was built based on religion, Islam, and so on. And they had enough, and they stood up together and made the change. But in our case in South Sudan, it's totally different. And any issue that associated with ethnicity, it takes time. It's not that easy, can be overcome overnight. Some measures need to be put in place on that, but first we need to have peace first, and then we'll be able to go to break down the ethnicities, and that which will give another level of discussion, which might not be today, and how we can break the barrier of tribalism in our country, because the tribalism now is basically based on peace and all. That's a key driver about it, and we more build in communions rather than being individuals. Democracy needs where people are more individualistic. I can be in my home, my wife supporting different party, my daughter supporting different party, or different things. That's individuals. So people have the choice. But in our society, we're built where my community is this way, whether they're wrong or not, this is how we're built. So it's inequal sometimes for us to break that barrier. We cannot achieve democracy where in a country where people are still more communal. It's democracy basically work in a society where people are more individualistic, more wealthier. People make decisions. And that may need that process by engaging our society to work for themselves. Because when we encourage people to work, not be relying on one another, this is the time you begin to see it to put them out from community. Because, for example, if I'm working, I live my own expense. I take care of my family based on what I earn. If they remove you there today, my boy, not go and bother to go to bush about you because I get paid. So, but for us in South Sudan, in our ethnicity, people depending. We're more oriented depending on community or depending on some leaders to make for us living. That's why we find it so quite hard. Even if you're telling someone the truth, how he can free himself, you don't see what you're saying is making sense because you have never seen it. So we got a lot of work as a society to get these things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother John, for laying down all this. Yes, this is, like you said, it is our collective, and is something that is our hand on, and that's why we are calling for all South Sudanese to know exactly what is their right, and also to. Time is running for some people who are in the east or middle of the Midwest. So yeah. So anybody want to add something from what Brother John said? If you want to put input
Yes.
on.
Yes. Let me put it this way. I do agree with Brother John. As we are yearning for democracy, of course, there is no democracy when there is no peace. But what we are trying to say here, why we are looking at democracy, and maybe those who come with the topic, I think it's just to maybe put certain argue out there, right? And let us come with the solution ourselves, right? And I think as the government think that we in diaspora, we are the problem in South Sudan. Why don't we turn it the other way around? That, okay, then maybe we at diaspora, we could be the solution for the problem in South Sudan. As we see now, there is no peace. Even the rebel that are out there, they go and form their own movement. But even though they are not united, and you look at it when late Dr. John Garang was saying, the enemy of my enemy is a friend. So if you, like Paul Malone and Thomas Cirillo and the others who are out there, I'm not going to talk about the IO because by the way or another, they become a partner with the government, right? Even though, yes, they went in with, there is a peace agreement that they signed that was guiding them. But what about those who are outside? So if we think that we need peace to bring democracy and we don't see peace, in other words, it's like telling us then these government have to be driven out by force. But if you look at those who are carrying arms out there, they are not even united themselves, right? So how are you going to take this thing out? And that's why sometimes we think about, we think for a magic should happen, or a shortcut should happen. Yes, one of the things that you mentioned, Brother John, that yes, no one will take himself to court, right? Unless really It will take a man. As you say, Uhuru went to Ivory Coast and sit there. It will take a man to go there and go to Ivory Coast and say, I made a mistake. But before you go there, like, I think the government lose a lot of chances that bring peace to South Sudan. They lose a lot of, even as we speak today, they still have the chance to bring peace to South Sudan. Okay? But what do we see now? It's all about the tribe. Like, we couldn't believe that there is a governor that came, was appointed in Upper Nile, but look what took place in Upper Nile, right? The same people that were saying that, no, bring a different governor, okay, and don't bring Ulan, they are the one who still, again, start killing the people, Nuer, that were trying to go back or travel around. They were killed. Why? If we want to bring peace. So I think it's supposed to be like Salva Kiir himself. He's supposed to, before he go to Ivory Coast and things like that, he's supposed to bring peace. If he man up today and he say, you, the unknown government, the armed forces, and all these kind of things, if you touch a hair of any South Sudanese again, I will hang you up there in daylight in Jongarang Mausoleum, if he really want a peace. But because he don't need peace, that's why I think we have to look for what should be the shortcut. And I think I will put it to you there. What will be a shortcut? Those who are supposed to drive the government out by force, they are not united out there. And Salva Kiir himself, he is not implementing the peace. He don't man up, right? And take an oath before they took him to drive him to Ivory Court and say, any South Sudanese, if you touch his hair, you are done. Why he's not doing that? So what will be the shortcut? Or just we're going to keep fighting, or we just going to embrace the dictatorship and all these atrocities that are committed and making fear on us? What will be the shortcut? I'll leave it to you there, guys.
Thank you very much. I'm warning this person here. I'm very glad that I blocked you already. Yusuf Ali. We are not a team of scam here. We cannot be scammed by you. So hey, this is the scam group. Those who are believe in magic. So they try to.
No, don't worry about him. Don't worry about him. It's just a metaphor. When you see that there is no way out, you think for what do you call it? It's not the magic, but I'm talking about what do you call it? Anyway,
I already deleted
the word, but don't worry about him. Don't worry about him. We know what we are talking about.
You don't need to delete him. You don't need to delete him. And that is part of debate. We are doing democracy. You know, a person has to be judged based on his way of thinking. You know, so if they coming to the surface, and then we will value them according to their input. So we will not know them until they say something, you know, or they write something. Yeah, just to just before anybody, I just want to add something on what our brother Justin said. Yes, democracy not now, but later on. Yeah, what I'm worried about here is when we say it not now but later on. You know, the foundations of any system, if it stays, if we start establishing a system wrongly, and then that is what we will get. What caused us 2013 war, which is destroying country until now, is the wrong foundation that time. And I remember very well that Onyot Adiku, who is in Juba today, he was DC leader. He John Alayrahamu kan wazir bita adil wala shinu zaman dak. And there were many wrong provision in the constitution. And then many people said, let us correct it now. That is a constitution for the country, for the nation. It needs to be really uh, 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 legislated in a good way so that we move forward. No, nobody listened. They beat him up, the security, and this guy now, if you see him, they broke his tooth. And then what? Let go. And we went ahead with that constitution. Then what happened now? The constitution give too much power to the president. Salva Kiir is still sitting there now. So now we fought, and Southern Sudan is destroyed for good. Ajilaba, they didn't do that. British didn't do that. Turk, they didn't do that. But we destroyed over our head. And now if we are getting chance today to have a peace we're talking about, is it not our right to try to think outside the box to see, are we really moving ahead with this peace? So what next? Are we just going to move like before? It's not a problem, that constitution, something wrong or not wrong, or let us go ahead with it and then we go back to war again. Is this what we trying to do now? Or we want to learn from the past and do something differently? If we thinking to do something differently, and then such debate like this is very crucial and essential for us. So, but if we repeat the same thing, it's going to be like the story I know that lion, tiger, a snake, hyenas, they sit down and then they said, you guys, we're going to create a country. And then they said, okay, we can create that. What is the rule? And the lion said, my rule is that nobody to disturb me. A snake said, I don't want body to touch my tail. And tiger said, I don't want somebody to look at my eyes. And hyena said, I don't want to be disturbed because I hunt in the night and I sleep in the day. And then they go there. And later on, they fight. And a snake bite them all and then they destroy themselves. A snake destroyed themselves. One person who was wise enough was a fox. He said, this country, we're going to establish it on basic on this rule is not going to prevail. So he stood out. And later on, when he heard that people are fighting and he came, everybody was bitten by a snake and they died. So we, as people of Southern Sudan, we have to say enough is enough. And it is time now to talk to our leader, whoever is aspiring to be the leader. We, the people of Southern Sudan, we're saying, if you want to govern, this is what we want Southern Sudan to look like in the future. And that is a good foundation if we start putting it down now. But if we said No, not now. The same thing is going to repeat itself as what happened with the previous constitution. So this is what I want to add to Brother John. Either we fix it now to have a good foundation for sustainable peace in Southern Sudan, or we just go like everybody is going to look for a job there, and then you live in the hotel, and then that's it. And then we thank you. I will end up here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Brother William. I think Brother Otto. So let's give a chance to Brother Abel Kon. Then later, so you can come after him, so you can answer two of them together. And I really appreciate it, Brother Abel Kon. Feel free. This is Nal Nation Network. Is for the whole East Africa. And now it's not East Africa, the whole world now. So we are in where? We are in Canada, we are in United States, we are in Australia now. So it will be the whole world now. So you feel free. This is your non-nation network. What we don't allow is an incitement or insult. That's the only thing that we don't allow. And like one of our brother William say, we will judge people with what come out from their mouth. So thank you. Welcome, brother.
All right. First of all, I would like to say thank you for welcoming me to your Nile Nation Network. I want to greet all the panel. I want to say that it's an honor to be part of this discussion that you are the topic that you are discussing tonight. I've been following your show for a few days. I think was is it last week or the week before? And tonight I found myself watching and also putting some of my comment below. I think that's what make discussion more engageable if the floor is open to all of us. So thank you for the founders of this network. It came out for the quest of making either South Sudan a great nation, or Africa, as you said, or the world at large, the way you see it. The topic of tonight is very important. It deals about the democracy, not only in South Sudan, but we can talk in the context of South Sudan, because I'm a South Sudanese. I'm proud to be a South Sudanese. It was a long struggle that cost 1 million of lives for that country to be called South Sudan. And each one of us here, whether you're in diaspora or in South Sudan, have contributed to the making of that nation to be called South Sudan. When we talk about the democracy in the country, in the context of the situation that we are in, earlier this evening when I was commenting, I said that we should be talking about how we should silence the guns or not supporting the armed revolution before we talk about democracy in the country. The reason why I was saying this, it is because in the situation that we are in as South Sudan is now, whatever our country is going through, we need to find a way of how to put those guns down. We need to talk to our people that the mean of achieving your goal of making that country a better place is not to pick up the arm and wage a war against your brother or the country. Democracy came as a system of government, of system of governing or governing, whether by the whole people of the country, to be given a chance to decide how the country should move to, and in a peaceful election where you will have a chance to cast your vote based on the idea, based on the value, on the principle of that party in which you dare to say that this is the people that I will support because the program they presented to me as a citizen of that nation or the constituency of that particular place favor my own belief and principle as well. So in the context of our country, our South Sudanese, we should find a way of energy to say that how are we going to put this gun down? How are we going to make South Sudan a peaceful country? Because democracy cannot come when you are waging a war in the country. Or we can say that let's continue to fight until we achieve what we are achieving and then talk about the democracy in the country. And that's why I differ from most of you here, because I believe that the only solution to our country is to support the current Khartoum peace agreement, what is called the revitalized peace agreement in the country, so that our people should only understand the language of peaceful expression than violence. So democracy is a word that can be used. And as you say, we live in a country, I live in Canada, where you are giving a chance to vote. I've been voting in election since I became a citizen of this country. And express it's one of a fundamental right as a citizen of that country to let your voice heard, to be heard through the voting. And I think our people, our South Sudanese, we have lost track as soon as South Sudan became a nation. We turned the guns again ourselves. We fought among ourselves. And we all know, none of us doesn't know the root cause of that conflict. Unless you are not politically mature or you are not politically aware of what was happening in the country by that time, leading to the 2013 crisis. If you are politically mature, you should understand that there was a struggle within the party that caused this problem to happen, that caused this war to happen. Impatient, that causes war to happen. Power hungry, whether you are supporting what side, that causes war to happen. It started in capital Juba and it spread like a wildfire, where innocent people were killed, were massacred, and this is why we are finding ourselves in 7 years down the road and counting. Well, the Khartoum Peace Agreement does not solve all the problem that we had in the country. But if you want to bring a solution to the conflict, you cannot only judge one side of the coin. You have to point finger to both sides of the coin. And that's why you can find a compromise and find that, yes, we are all responsible, whether you are pro-government or pro-rebels, we are all responsible for what happened in the country. And it should be us that can find a solution to our problem. I'm from Upper Nile State. I was born and grew up in Malakal. I left when I was around maybe 10 or 9, joining the rebel movement. I spent about 23 years, and when I went back in 2011, that was the first time I was reunited with my family. I was emotional because the Malakal that I left when I left was different than what I found when I went back. The tarmac that was there, if you can go from all the way from Madria to the airport, Lahad Mulakir, there was a tarmac. But when I went in 2011, everything was actually gone. You could not imagine, but that was the destruction of the war. And tonight, as I speak, Malakal is totally different than what it was in 2011, 2012, than now in 2021. We caused this to ourselves as South Sudanese. And it will be up to us to find a courage to admit that we have a hand and we should be the people that solving it. How the democracy can come? If we all put our energy here tonight, or making this show as a mean of reaching out and say, Jama, we are South Sudanese, we are one people. There's not longer need for us to see my cousin, my nephew as my enemy. If there's something that was not right in the system, we cannot find people from different countries to come and fix it for us. Will be the people of South Sudan that will fix that problem. And through this kind of forum, like Nile Network Forum, Nile Network should be the mean of be used as a mean of reaching out to other people, whether you agree with them or disagree with them. At the end, what brought you here in this discussion is that you want to see South Sudan a better place. I think that what encourage you to sit for 2 or 3 hours so that that country should be a better place for all of us, regardless of our tribe or ethnic, should be a better place for all of us. You know, in 2005, when Dr. John Garang signed the peace agreement and appointed the governors in place, he did not appoint the governors based on,
excuse me. Can you
yes?
Yeah, thank you.
I cannot hear you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, can you summarize? Like, be brief.
Okay. All right. I'll be brief here. So I'm not against democracy in South Sudan. What I want to say is that let us put our energy to make sure that the armed conflict that is happening in our nation should be put to an end. We should rally behind this peace agreement so that the next chapter that we can discuss is how the democracy and the change of the government should be done through one-man vote, so that you can decide on whom we should elect it as the president of that country or as your member of parliament. The last comment I want to say is about I think one of your fellow just talk about the attack that happened in the people killed in Paloj. But what he has forgotten is this. There was attack in Maluth by a Jack before that killing happened in Paloj. Did you find why did people go and attack and kill innocent people? The people from Nuer went and attacked people in the houses, invaded and killed innocent kids. Before you say that the same people that were rejecting Olin now are the people that went and killed people. We were not the people that went and killed them, but we were the people that actually came and attacked us. They came and attacked innocent people in Maluth before the reaction of what happened. But we condemn it because we don't see we don't want to take the law in our own hands. That's what I want to say.
Brother Abiel, sorry to interrupt you. Nobody talk about that today here.
No, he mentioned something. What is his name? John, what
no,
is his
no,
name?
no, no. He is right. I did mention that.
Okay,
I did mention that.
okay,
No, no.
right, okay.
We are here to say the truth. Yeah, yeah. I did mention that. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize. Go ahead. Finish your point.
No, I'm going to be concluding my show because democracy should be only in place where there's a peace and tranquility in the country, where is it conducive enough for people to go to poll and vote. This is what I'm saying. But I'm not against your quest for saying that what is wrong of democracy in South Sudan. Of course, we are still at war. We are in a stage of implementing peace agreement, and 2023 is not far enough for people of South Sudan to go to poll and vote. Let us put our energy to make sure that the gun are silent, the left out group and the peace are brought back to table, so that we will be the people to decide the fate of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Belkon. Now I will give a chance to our brother Otto because he's supposed to come before you come in. So in that case, so Brother Otto, you have been waiting. So thank you. So and like you hear from our brother Belkon and you hear from our brothers John. So welcome, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to thank the panel and our guests for Nile Nation Network. We are truly talking here about the democracy and dictatorship. You know, some of you mentioned something very important. They said, why we're talking about the democracy now while we didn't silence the gun? I think the problem is not we want to silence the gun. We have a peace agreement and we have a revitalized peace agreement and we have all the rules that are there. But who's going to implement it? Those who sign it, the signatory, they're supposed to implement it. If they don't do it, that means we go back to the war or we go back to the Bush rule. Let me give you this example. One day, I'm talking to one of my friends from Equatoria, and he gave me, there is some radical tribe in Equatoria. They believe in killing. So there is a pastor, he's a white guy, those who like to go to Southern Sudan to be a scholar. He went to those areas and he started teaching them about the 10 Commandments. So when they start with the first one, it's okay with them. When they come to the second one, it's okay with them. When they come to the fourth, it's okay. But when they get to the fifth, they say, don't kill. And those tribes, they walk away from him. No. That's not what we want to hear from you. The same thing what we are doing in Southern Sudan today. When it's come, something is going to hurt you, you don't want to implement it. But if it's hurting the other people, yes, it's good. That's why we are still suffering, and our people that are suffering. Peace agreement we have in Southern Sudan, but it's in the document, not in the constitution. Until the time we are talking now, it's a period of dictatorship. They can apply all what they have in their mind. I think we're hearing a lot from government of Southern Sudan. They have something called Blue House, which is something really we don't like. We didn't expect it to be like that. But at the end, our people that are suffering there now. What I'm trying to say is this. When we bring the topic, we want to educate ourselves from now, especially the new generation. They are going to be lost. Majority of us here might be they born in the war and they are going to die in the war. You know, one day I remember during the referendum, there is a lady from Equatoria. I think they said like 100 and something years. When he voted for a referendum, that's the time he feels something called the democracy or the exercise of the people. And that's what we are looking for. So, my brother, no one love the peace, and we need the peace in Southern Sudan. The problem now we have it, but it's not implemented. What we're going to do next, that's why we are discussing here to make sure if there's some of us here, they can tell those leaders to implement the peace and let we go back. Not all of us, we want to become the leader. No. There are some that just want to go to have a normal life, and there are some that want to be a millionaire, and there is some that want to be the leader, so the people that can press them all the time when they come, like the way I see in Southern Sudan today. Everybody, if you don't call him general, I think you are going to be in trouble. If you don't call him honorable, you are going to be in trouble. Even he don't have that title, you are forced now to say that. And this is why we say dictatorship is a bad system of the government. Now, when we come to other issue, like what's going on in Southern Sudan today, insecurity, is there in peace agreement? But the leader, they don't want to apply it or to implement it. So for our generation, we have to talk or to have to make awareness. Let people be aware from now. If the magic happen, and those who don't want peace in Southern Sudan, or those they have a peace but they don't want to implement it, they just, let me say, something come and take them out from the country, let me be prepared from that point. We have to be prepared. Those, they have to be prepared. That's why we are making awareness. And also, I just want to add something about the killing. You know, sometimes when there's something happening in different area, people, they say it's good. But when it's happened to the other people, they say, no, it's not good. So what I'm trying to bring here is this. Overall, no one happy to see the others that are suffering. At the same time, they call Southern Sudanese. Government, they're supposed to do their job. Duty of government to protect the people, but they're not doing it. If you look at the situation we are now, it's going to be like a Lebanon. Every tribe is going to have their army, and every area they are going to have their defense. At the end, we will come to the table talking about, instead of talking about the issue of country, we are going to talk about the area and tribe, and this is what will take us back again. And if we don't build our institution, economy, and security, that's why we'll be lost, and that's why we don't have the country at the end of the day. This is my input, and thank you very much.
Sorry, I had to step out, but I'm back. So
Yeah.
I didn't listen to you.
Brother Mabur,
Yeah.
if I can,
Thank you.
if I
Yeah.
can, if
Yeah. So now, Brother Pal, you can say something. So, and also too, Tom is against those who are in the Midwest. So, especially our brother Otto, and also too because you came late, and also too, especially our brothers have been caught. That the people who are in the Midwest, and also to our brother Justin. So yeah, so brother Pell, you have to come and put your input.
yeah, first of all, I just want to say thanks to a few brothers that mentioned something. First of all, what I was trying to say earlier, I think I was looking for a miracle, not a magic, right? I'm a believer, so it was just because English is not our language, and sometimes you have words that will come and try to compromise what you say. And also, I would like to thank our brother Abel, because also I quoted earlier mistakenly. I say election in 2028, but it's yes. Thank you for that. You remind me. I don't know why I was looking at 28, but it's 23. Thank you for that. Let me start from here. As you stepped out, and for some reason, tax came in with your name. You say that then you are refusing. You are evil if you are refusing gun silent. I don't know who you are telling that to, and you were here with us, and you can say that instead of taxing it there. So yeah, you're here, and yeah, but the tax came in. Of course, no one refusing. You want to
So
say? Oh,
that's a
sorry.
different person. It's a different. It's
Oh,
a
is it?
different person.
Yeah, this is what I want to tell him too. That
Oh,
that's
okay.
a different person here.
Oh, that is Abel Qual. Ah, not Abel Cone. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Why he's here and he's went and taxed that. So yeah, no one again is really silencing the gun. But I think all of us we know that there is a say that say the king can bring himself down and behave like a poor person. He can wear a torn dresses. He can make himself dirty, and he can go to the street, changing his look completely and start begging, right? But it was very impossible for a poor person to make himself like a king. It won't happen, because being a king, it needs resources. How are you going to get that very expensive gown? How are you going to get that golden crown? Where are you going to get a castle that you go and sit and you will have a servant come and serve you? It's impossible. For sure, we are not against silencing the gun. But this is what I'm saying. Who is in power? Who is the big brother that can say, hey, our father give us this, but because you are my younger brother, I want to give you everything, right? And it's up to you to give me something. Who is supposed to put the guns down first? It's supposed to be the government putting the gun down first. Do we need, like we say that we are in first world. It's very rare to see a soldier with a gun in one of these streets. It's very rare. Maybe if you see them, you will see them 1 or 2 or 3 wearing the uniform only, no gun with him. But in South Sudan, why we need 50,000 soldiers, armed people inside the capital? Why we dispatch army to the villages that just living their own life? And I remember at one point of time, was in 2013 or 2014, people in Western Bahr Ghazal, they were just by Rujur River, and they were gunned down. They don't know anything. In Acholi land, they were scattered, run to neighboring countries. Who is doing that? So now, who's supposed to put the gun down? It's supposed to be the king put the gun down. It's the king that put down, tied down your army and tell them don't go anywhere unless if there is a war coming from outside. But as you go to these villages, you rape their women, you kill their loved ones, and then they run to the bushes. What are they going to think? They're going to think that I will come and fight you because you came and killed me for no reason. If the problem starts within SPLM party, why Nuer are killed in Juba? And there was also a straight bullets that also killed Equatorian and other Dinkas also, right? And other tribes were killed. But it was door to door killing Nuers, catching them on the streets. And you know, when we come to this kind of forum, it will be so hard when somebody will say, oh, nothing happened in Juba. I lost people in Juba. But to give an example, I'm not going to deny that I'm not a Nuer. I am a Nuer. I'm proud to be a Nuer, but I'm not going to be proud if the Nuer start killing people. I will be against them, because within my family, the tribalism is not there. My wife, she is from Dinka. My younger brother coming after me, his wife is Dinka. I don't want to name, because if I name her, all of you will know who is she, and all of you will know who is father. I want them to be safe. My fourth brother, his wife from Chuluk, Chololand. My cousins are married to Equatorians. Okay? But what made me really sad, I remember when we were in Egypt, and we will bring this over and over and over. We have somebody who is my cousin. His name is Ratuan Waka. I have to say his name because he is not longer with us. He was lost in 2013. On the 16th, he was captured. He was one of the security, what do you call it? Because the SPLM is structured, they have, he was one of the security, I forget the name. But what I want to say, Salva Kiir know him personally. When we were in Egypt, this guy is a... Huh?
MI.
Huh?
MI or security personnel?
No,
military intelligence.
No, he's not a military intelligence. You know, these political thing, they have something, I don't know, something security, I don't know, up there. Like, anyway, in the hierarchy of the SPLM, I forget now. I will bring it. We will. But this person, when we was in Egypt, don't worry about it. Maybe when I remember later on, or brother John or Abel can help me later on. But when we were in Egypt, if you say something about SPLM, you know, you're going to go with him wherever you want, because he is a diehard. I would say he's 1,000% SPLM, and they know him very good. But his life was lost that day. Is it because of what? Is it because he was working with the Minister of Finance? He was in the finance thing? And maybe there is a checks that was signed that he hold them because there is no liquidation. So they find a way for him that day. We are in chaos now. Let us get rid of him. So to pass those checks. And then 9 months later, Anito will come and we assume that Comrade Ratan Waka, I think, presumably dead by now. Is that what we want? Who's supposed to silence the gun? If it's something to do with the SPLM at that day, right? Why is Rich, the normal civilian? My own uncle went to Bor, chase away the white army that come to Bor. As soon as they come back, they asked for their money. They were segregated as the Nuer people, and then they killed them. And Malak was saying 5 only was killed, but there were 50 of them were killed. These are the truth. Who's supposed now to put the guns down? Who's supposed to silence the guns? Is it the king or the poor person that you push him to go and grab any stick and come back to you? So when we talk, I was thinking, let us put the truth in its place. If we need the peace in South Sudan, we shouldn't be worried that the ICC is in the corner and it's going to take us there. But if you want that country to go and be peaceful, you start with yourself. I used to say when we were with Jalaba, why we are fighting? Sudan has enough in its plate, so we can you can eat and be full without holding your other brother hand. But is it what are happening in South Sudan now? Even though we know South Sudan is full with all resources, all of us, we can be full and rich and satisfied. But we are holding hand of each other because certain individual, they want to embezzle the richness of the country and rich themselves. And that's why there is a war dividends that they are reaping. So if the gun is silent, then how are we going to be alive? Like what happened in America before, when there is a war, something, there is these gun deals that going on, and the companies are benefiting, especially like was in Vietnam War, is all to do with the guns and things like that. So who's supposed to silence the gun? Please, if we have a say, okay, let us say it to Salva Kiir himself. Silence the gun, Mr. President. Silence the gun. Is only you can silence the gun. If you take this army, put them in barrack, right? And let them stay there. They don't need to go out and killing normal civilian. In Juba, you need to sleep on the street without nobody can touch you. If that is what we want. But is that is going to come? And as we think, let us say the truth. I'm not a politician. I'm a very simple guy. I just want peace to be there. I want to just live my life. I can go to South Sudan and enjoy. Take my children, come see the land of your ancestor, right? And enjoy. Is a beautiful country. But can I do that now? Sorry, guys. I want. But as we are talking about the democracy, it's just a window. So we can talk also about, we're supposed to talk about peace. We're supposed to talk about corruption. We're supposed to talk about tribalism. I think maybe with this show, they will come. And all of us, we will come and debate this. But as we go from here, what are we going to get from this? If this one don't get to us and don't get to our normal person there, that there is people out there in diaspora, they are yearning for peace. And this is how they think that the peace should come. Instead of looking at us as enemies. Anyway, I will stop right there. I know the time is up there. I'm making noise to my children. I don't know. If you guys are still going, I don't know. Maybe I will excuse myself. But anyway, back to you, Brother Mabor.
Yeah, Mabor, if I think we should be going now. If you don't mind, I just want to add something to what Pell was saying. And I want to say thank you for Abel Khan to be here. It's good when people are seeing each other's, instead of just dropping messages and all. So I'm very happy that you are here. Yeah, we sharing the same pain, all of us in Southern Sudan. And none of us here is responsible for that. If anyone here is part of that evil forces in the darkness, and then it is a time for us to just vindicate ourselves by speaking the truth and looking for good strategy that will exit us from the situation where we are in now. Yeah, I hear you that you're saying that we should silence the gun, but as Pell said it already, if we remind ourselves about the Kenya peace deal that has been reached between the North and the South, I don't know. I don't remember them, 7 or more. They call it peace protocol. So they have been negotiated one by one. Okay. So every grievances has been addressed in that peace deal. So let's give example. Sharia Islamia has been imposed on people of Sudan all. While we know that all the people of Sudan, they are not Muslim. And even the Muslim themselves, they don't agree to be ruled by Sharia law. So as one of the grievances, it was acknowledged by all peace partners that it has to be addressed. And then, if it is addressed, they must reach to agreement. So agreement was reach. Sharia law has to be separated. Imposition, and now Sharia law has to be separated from the state. Good deal or not good deal? Good deal. So we move forward. This is how we end the war. Concession, acknowledgement, and concession. So Sharia law is gone. You come to the power domination. The Northern Sudan has been dominating everything. And then power sharing has been addressed. You come the balance of the military, and then it has been addressed. Everything's point by point, protocol by protocol. And then now peace has been signed, and we celebrate, all of us. That is how we silence the gun. So as I mentioned before, that when we are trying to be naive, not seeing well because of a situation we are in, and then there is one thing we should do first, liberating ourselves so we can see better. This is what God is saying. You cannot see unless you clean your eyes. So if there is something not allowing us to speak the truth, then we have to deal with that first. The division of Southern Sudan, let's name them. They said 3 states, that time known as Barigazal, Upper Nile, and Equatorial. And then Namari, he came and married 10 states. And then Salva Kiir came and made it 28 and 32 states. Don't we think that dividing people without their consent is a problem? If it is a problem, then it has to be negotiated as Nafasha agreement. And then we have to agree that it is a problem, then move it. And then the gun will be silent. You go to the attacks. You talk now about what happened in Muluth and all this time, which we don't support. Any blood of the innocent Southern Sudanese, we must all condemn it. Because those people who are doing this, they don't represent us. And if they are doing something, there is some reason behind it. And we have to address that. The relation between Denka and other neighborhood, is it okay? It's not okay. We don't want to go there today. But there are many things. We need to look at them one by one and say, this is not how the thing should look like. And then we build a trust between us. We move forward. Silent at the gun, there is a reaction. When people are not respected or being mistreated and the right is being taken away, they will respond. And the reaction, you cannot blame a person when a person reacts. If I said, for example, in the Shuluk language, يعني كسمك مثلا in Arabic, and then I said back, if there is a judge and asked us, why did I say? I said, he said first, and then there is a witness who will be condemned. Me, because I reacted? I don't think so. He's a person who started first. So people who are fighting war today, they have a reason to react to their grievances, to their situation. And if we are serious about peace, we need to listen to their voices and then find a solution, and then they will no longer be there to fight. So this is what I want to add. If we want peace, as Pell said, Salva Kiir is the reason. Division of Southern Sudan, and I heard before, Padang people that are calling for creation of administrative areas. Where do we come with this thing all? We are one people. Is it really a problem between the people of Southern Sudan that we really become weak enough and said, no, I have to be separated from my brother or from my neighbor? No. We are creating fear in our people and we are avoiding the truth. The truth is that imbalance of power is a problem. Social injustice is a problem. Accumulation of wealth and power in the hand of individual is a problem. But if we want the people to live a normal life they have been enjoying, we as a people in the city will call them as Medina, they will have to stop their fake news we really spread. After need demonstrative areas or shuluk, this one is not the point. The point is there is misgovernance here, and this is what we have to address by democracy, and then we all contribute equally, and we serve our people. So thank you very much. I will end up here. Yeah.
Thank you very much for all. Now is the time for closing, and I will give everybody a chance. Uh, 2 minutes only.
Let me
What
say
I
something
think.
before you close, please.
Pardon me?
Brother, well, just give me, before you close, I want to say something.
That's what I'm saying. So it will be your closing when you're saying it, but it might be because it's chance for people who are in the Midwest, including yourself. So we need to give you a rest also too. Yes, I know that is our work, is a duty to our country, but we have to give ourselves a chance to give a kids who are at home with you not to get in noise in this time because some kid now they already sleep. Yeah. So now before you go, I will give you chance, and I will start with the brothers Otto, and then I don't know. I'm not trying to identify where you belong, brother John. It sounds like you already knows me. You mentioned my name in the. You are in a dark place also too. So, so I want to give the distant people a chance first, so they can go, including our sister Joyce, but it's a panels. But let me give the panels Otto a chance first, so he can go and take rest. Thank you. So, Brother Otto.
Okay, thank you. I think today our topic is about democracy and dictatorship, and that's what one of them is hurting Southern Sudan. And I'm quite sure if this show is not because we make it late, I think a lot of people are supposed to be here with us. Mainly, we are suffering. And each of us here, you feel it. You don't have another choice. That's why we say, let we discuss it. When we come to the panel like this, I'm quite sure nothing will go without benefit. We are going to benefit from it. Therefore, topic is very sensitive, and we didn't talk about it according to what we planned because the time is a matter. But we will try. That's one of the things African countries need to work on it. Time is matter. And also, when you start talking, you need to laminate so you can give the chance to the others. We don't want to be dictators, but we just want to make sure equal opportunity is given to everybody. The topic, democracy and dictatorship, is really, we didn't put it in the way that to make a comparison. Why is this good and why this bad? Some of them sometimes is good. When there is a system not built of tribalism or not built on a certain group, I think works sometime. But the main thing we need is to let people decide what they want to do. You know? And when you become the president or you get in leadership, you have to accept the reality that you are making mistake and people that have to condemn those things or they have to bring it up. That's why they say it's a package. Accept what you are doing wrong. At the same time, people, they will express what you are doing good. And this is how we exercise our democracy. And we have to study it through online discussion and through debating another topic. I remember, in Sudan, when they start moving from praising Nimeri to be called the father of the nation, they start talking on the street. So from there, they shift from talking in the street to organize themselves with the parties. And that's when really has become something awareness of the people of Sudan at that time. What we're trying to bring here, I think, is important to mention. The system, we look at it in different countries. There's two things very important. We need to make sure South Sudanese, we organize ourselves through parties, institution, and we compete from there. Those who have ability, they can go up. And those who don't have ability, they will go down. And this is where we get the really people who want to save. And also we need to make sure we don't want to create like a family parties as the way we say it. I remember in Sudan a long time ago, there's a party called Hizb al-Ummah Party. That one was created at the time when the Sudanese fighting the British and also Egyptian. So they come and they make something called Ummah Party, but at the end they're finding out the Ummah Party is belonging to Ansar, which is the people of Mahdi and all those things. But in the name, they want to make it Ummah for all Sudanese. And Hizb al-Ummah بتاعت الشعب السوداني بدون ما شنو يكون عندهم دور يلعبوا في الحزب ده، لكن هم شنو جابوه على اساس اولاد المهدي يستفيد منه. ده الحاجه نحن خايفين في جنوب السودان. انا شخصيا بايد يكون في اثنين سيستم بتاع الديمقراطيه في جنوب السودان، واحد يكون بارتي زي موجود في امريكا وباقيين ده لازم يمشي يكونوا شنو اندبندنت. كويس، لازم يكون عندنا اثنين بارتي بينافسوا وباقي ده يكونوا اندبندنت، ما يسمعوا لهم ثاني يكون في بارتي. لازم يكون في ديكتاتوريه شويه في السيستم بتاع السيت اب بتاع حاجات زي ده، لان تعرف لما نكون كتار بيشتتوا الفكره وبخلي الشعب ذاته ما قادر يفهم اي حاجه. عشان كده في امريكا هسه في ديمقراط وفي ريبابليكان. سو لو انت واقف اندبندنت انت بلقى نفسك في النهايه في افكارك بتماشي مع الناس ديمقراط. سو انت لما تكون في البرلمان هناك انت بتضم معهم. دي الحاجه نحن دايرين في جنوب السودان، وفعلا يكون في ديكتاتوريه بتاعت شنو العذاب، ما يكون ديكتاتوريه بتاعت الفرد او بتاعت المجموعه او بتاعت القبيله. شكرا.
Thank you, brother. So if you can watch us, and then later we can say bye-bye together, will be great. Now I will give our brothers Jonathan Justice. Is your turn, and 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I just want to add something. You know, I don't leave people actually because I don't like to talk and leave. I need to listen to the others out. I will stay. Thank you.
Let me
Oh,
try to
yeah,
unmute
sorry.
myself.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, what
Yeah, it
happened?
has been a great debate and great view to share. Hello?
Yes, now we hear you, yeah.
Hello?
Yes,
Yeah, we
we
hear
Yes,
you
hear
now.
you.
it has been a great pleasure to yeah, it's been a great pleasure to be with you guys and to listen to other people's views and comments. So, and I think this is what we need as a South Sudanese to interact with one another, to share views and try to create the atmosphere where we can be having a platform to interact and on other things through our interactions. So I think we'll need more of this. That this is just a starting, just to engage in such a discussion and so on. But to sum up the point that what's the way forward or what's the magic, because this has been a question about the suffering, how we're going to get a peace. Uh, Based on my observation when I was listening to the speech of President Kiir when one of the artists came from Tanzania to perform in Juba, I think that was last month, when he said he's encouraging youth to not to go to war, to do what they're doing, interaction and so on. So him like age uh, and his group, one will be lucky to get 3 years to live. That message means a lot to me in a way I interpret it in different ways. That what he what has happened under his leadership, he's afraid of anything to do with a point. Is sticking to that power until God called him, and which he seems to predict based on that statement. He might not be more than 4 years from now, based on his speech. So this could be possible. Maybe if God called him, then maybe this is a time we'll be able to see a little bit of peace, to see some other things, and scenario might happen that some people might push everything to him, even if some of it was not him, because he's no longer with us. This is the thing that I look at it, because if you look at the position, as some of you already say, they're divided, they can't unite. All of them are divided. You see, Pagan is that way, Malong that way, Nas that way. There's a lot of things going on, and you can't be divided that way and you'll be able to push the regime out. It's not possible. So there's other thing that might happen, which maybe within the system themselves, when they say they had enough, they want to bring change, yes, but it's not really that likely to happen any soon, because most of these have, they have their hand dirty, so no one will accept to side for any smooth change. This is what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abelkon, please, I give you another 2 minutes from your 2 minutes, so 4 minutes, and then no more than 4 minutes, please. Because you say you try to add something, that's why I give you another 2 minutes to add into your 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, Brother K. Mabor, thank you. And also thank you for all the panel of Nile Network. The topic that we are discussing is It's very important in a point that we all enjoy democracy here in the West, where you are given a duty to decide a person that they should vote to. And as we approach the 2023 in South Sudan, where if this peace agreement is implemented, hopefully the people of South Sudan will go to poll and decide it for the leadership that they want. I will speak on the point of what our brothers here have said earlier. I am from Upper Nile State. I'm from Padang community. I'm the leader of Padang community in Canada. And I should not shy away from talking about advocating for my people. And in any forum that I go to, I will defend the view of my people in the way that I see fit for them. Because my people come first, and then I'll also talk about the issue that are affecting my country as South Sudan. You know, we actually did ask for administrative area. For the reason, there's the reason why Padang is asking for administrative area in Upper Nile State. Given the current atmosphere that we are especially in particular Upper Nile, I hope that this Nile will bring that topic of Upper Nile State to be discussed by the son and daughter of that state. Because there are more to be said. We fell victim based on what happened in Juba. If people are talking truth. Padang are not in the leadership of the country. As you all know, if there's an agreement of the people killed in Juba, what does it have to do with the Padang living in Upper Nile State, living in Baliet, living in Akoga, living in Greater PG, living in Malut? What does it have to do with them? These were innocent people that were massacred, were killed, just because the president key leadership. There's nothing else than that. And given the atmosphere, the campaign that is happening in social media that Padang should be wiped out from Upper Nile State, Padang should be chased to Bahr el Ghazal, it gives us no other option than to say that we better to stay alone and govern ourselves so that the security of our people will be only deemed for Padang people. That is the cause of it. Of course, we have relationship. I, the person talking here, I have a relationship with the Nuer, with the Shilluk. As I said, I was born in Malakal, go in Malakal, left Malakal when I was young, went back to Malakal before South Sudan became a country, after 23 years. So the blood relations that we are more related to people in Upper Nile than our Dinka in Bahr el Ghazal. We are more related with the Nuer than our Dinkas in Bahr el Ghazal or in Bor area. But we are being singled out in Upper Nile State because we are Monjang, we are Dinka. That's the truth. What is the campaign of saying that you will be wiped out from Upper Nile State and be chased back to Bahr el Ghazal? What does it have to do with that? With what is happening in the country? So I'm not going to talk about this. This is why I want to bring it up, because one of the panel here brought this issue up. Of course, people have killed in Juba, as well as people have killed in Baliet, people have killed in Malakal. This is spread like a wildfire, and we have a power to prevent this thing to happen as the people. The reaction should not be the mean of solving a problem, but there should be a mean of making sure that your voice will be heard legally, whether in South Sudan or international court. As they said, they been discussed in agreement. So when Padang comes to social media and talk, when I come and present the voice of my people, I don't advocate that Padang go and wage a war against my neighbors. I have never said that, and none of our Padang people have said that. But we are saying that we can live alone as Padang people in Upper Nile State, because we cannot be a target of the thing that we know nothing about it. So the topic of dictatorship and democracy, it's based on the view, on the point that you present your people, you present your constituency. Padang is my constituency, first of all. And no more make mistake. that South Sudan is based on the tribes. What brings us together here is that we meet on a state capital, is that we meet in a national capital. But if you go down to our rural area, to our Payam, to our counties, those counties are made based on the tribes, and each tribe live and knows is the borders. So there's nothing wrong when you say that I want to have my own county or have my own administrative area. It is because you feel victim every time there's a mistake happen somewhere. You have nothing to know about it. And for that to happen, to stop it, there should be no other means than saying that Padang should be asking for administrative area. Of course, we welcome the appointment of this current governor, but he has failed to condemn the atrocity that happened in the state while after he was appointed as the governor. And the people that carry out the atrocities are the people that allies with SPLM-IO forces. These are people that fought alongside SPLM forces, SPLM-IO forces. They came and attacked people in a Bayajak, in a Koga.
Your
So the
term,
panel here today, democracy and dictatorship. Of course, we need to disarm people so that the people who having guns should be held accountable. And I like SPLA to bring that law. The law that if you make a mistake, as brother said here earlier, that if President Kiir said today that if you kill people,
brother,
I will squad you, then I think that law can make things straight in South Sudan. So thank you.
brother,
I just want to make my point
I
clear.
give you even take 3 minutes above me, and I give you only 4 minutes.
That is good, but yeah, like we are here to talk. So going up
Yeah.
for 1 minute, I think is not a big deal. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Anyway,
yeah.
it's an honor to
Okay.
be part of this panel. I'm looking forward maybe to join you next time. This is what I can say. And good night.
Thank you.
I'll be waiting for the closing statement.
I believe the Upper Nile state, I believe the leaders, the community leaders within Western world of Upper Nile state, I believe these panels will get a hold of you guys, so you guys will have will come and debate by yourself on the issue of Upper Nile that you guys talking about. Now today we are talking about the situation within the country, but you're involving the Upper Nile, but okay, and one of the panel bring the Upper Nile is okay, and it's something that because there's people of Upper Nile within the group here, yes, that's the issue. But one day we will find a way, we will consult the Upper Nile leaders within Western world, and then whoever they choose from their area, because we will not take the whole group together, but we will be identify the leaders. It will happen, but it will not be today or tomorrow or this month. It might be next month. We will be search for that, and we will give you an information about that in that case. Okay, so now time for our sister. So Sister Jojo, so it's your turn. It's your turn. And then when you finish,
Yeah, I think I don't have much. Yeah, I don't have much to say. It's just I'm having some technical issues, and it's almost 3 hours. If you guys notice, like 3 hours is a lot, and I was just it's just a suggestion that if there's a discussion, maybe we should take it to the next week. We can continue, but to me, I pass. I don't have much to say. As my as brother Abiel, if I can say, he has grievances. All of us have grievances, and we feel you, we hear you. That's why I was surprised when you were writing on the comments is different, but when you came, you were talking on behalf of your community, what happened to your people, that's how we feel. That's why we are all here to dialogue. We want healthy discussions. We don't have to be negative on writing comments. And all of us as South Sudanese, I know in one way or another, we've been affected. And like you say, we shouldn't point fingers to one another, but it's the government that's doing that to us. And like I said, we need to love each other. We need to leave tribalism, and we need to come back as South Sudanese to make our country to go forward, and to live in peace too. With that being said, I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate Mr. John Justin and Mr. Abel again. Thank you. We hopefully we'll carry those healthy discussions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Jojo. I may say there is another Abel. It's not him. There's another Abel I call.
Oh, sorry,
He's the one who
I don't
writing.
know, because you know,
Yeah,
we're not
yeah,
familiar. I'm sorry. We're
You're
not
right.
familiar with
Yeah,
the
that's
names.
true. That's
Yeah.
true. So yeah. So
I
yeah,
was
that's true. Yeah.
sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So, Brother Pan, I will give you chance. So I and Brother William, we will close it because we are in the bank of.
Thank you so much. I know we are talking about dictatorship versus democracy, but of course, as we are talking about issue, is just opening doors to other things. And I like to say in Arabic, they say Yahleel Ayyam Zaman. And the reason why I say that, the issue of South Sudan is not about Upper Nile. The issue of South Sudan is the whole country that got engulfed in that fire. But as the 2 minutes that you give me, and I know that we're still in the mood of talking about democracy, I just remember back Honorable late Andrew Will used to say, Ana Musmar bita Nueru Denka. So he was looking at himself. It's me who connect both of you. I listen to you, but I will bring you together. It's a brain that you like to sit beside him and listen. He came to us one day in Egypt, and he told us, into Sosa, ma taglibu Sosa baden yakun Susa. You know, like when you have the cavities on your teeth. So the Sosa, he was saying, Sosa, the association that were there, please don't transform it to be cavities in your teeth. I know it's not about Upper Nile, but I remember as my dad was my late father was the governor of Upper Nile. At that time, it was the whole Upper Nile. It was only 3 states at that time. As they are talking as a politician, he was saying one thing. He said, we, the South Sudanese, we will get our independence. We will separate from Sudan. And but we have to be careful, because at that time he embraced federalism. It's in his blood. When Omar Bashir came, tried to work with him to understand what is federalism. Maybe we will talk about it one day in our show. So, and okay, somebody raising his hand. Oh, he was saying bye, Justin. So, as he was talking to his colleagues and in politics and things like that, he said we have to be careful. If we get our independence and we become a sovereign country, if we are not careful and we don't deal with it with a good care, tribalism will turn us apart. And we will come to the point that every tribe will say, I need my own country. I need my own country. I need my own country. And that is what I'm seeing now. I hope our fellow brothers, the Padang, I think they should come out of that. Let us blame the system of appointment. Every time you appoint, you appoint. This time you appoint Nuer because you realize, oh, the Nuer, they cry loud. And next time you appoint Cholo. I never see a Maban person. I can't remember anyone from Maban at that time. Dinka scream, okay, you bring somebody from them. Those of Mabila Riak and maybe others that I can't remember their names. But it's the system of appointing people. But if we implement democracy, okay, Abil Khan will come and sell himself, his ideas, for us to bring him to be governor of Upper Nile. That is what we are yearning for. It's not because of he is from Padang. He is from Nuer or from Cholo or from Maban or from a fifth tribe that people are talking about it now that I know. Anyuak, they are not with us, but maybe there is a fifth tribe. I need to refresh myself a little bit. So, and he was saying, if we are not careful, we will divide ourselves till we come to, he was saying something pun of Anyuak. Like, I don't know, I never, I know maybe my grandmothers and things like that from Anyuak, but he was saying, we will just come build our own castle and we divide it to small countries, right? And that is the end of us. South Sudan will scatter into that skill. Because when we were given a Ladjor, what we can say, okay, you know what, South Sudan, we throw you back, we connect with Ethiopia, and we get out of there. But that is not the point. I have friends and colleagues that from Padang, friends and colleagues from Cholo, okay, and the rest of the world. When I went to Upper Nile in 2013, in 2012, who was the Minister of Agriculture? I went to him, I submit my application. He gave me a choice. Where do you want your agriculture land will be? And I choose to make it in Akoka area. Was I thinking about, am I thinking tribalist at that time? No. I thought that Akoka still is my land. Baliet is still is my land. Wrong, I refuse wrong because I say no, it's an old land, right? But also I choose Akoka. I say, you know, when I travel Khartoum, I see people from Akoka. Me and my dad, we had 2 nights in Akoka. We were welcome and things like that. And when my dad passed to be in parliament in 1977, it was people of Akoka that vote for him to be MP in Juba. So I look, they cultivate and things like that. And I say, hey, maybe those people are good farming. Let me get my farming land there. Because I know if I do my cultivation there, it's going to yield fruits. I'm not going to be looking for manpower far away. Cholo can come across from the river, they can help, okay? So I choose that place to make my land. I wasn't thinking tribes. So as I'm looking now, sometimes there is system that was important to us that ruin us, but actually we are one nation, right? When I went there, what do you call it? Uh, um, the head of the parliament in Upper Nile. I went there and greet him and things like that. And he told me, hey, I'm going to change your ticket to be a class one on your flight. And I say no, because I was thinking, why use government money to put me in class one, right? Flight. All of us, we're going to arrive. I'm sitting at the back seat. I will arrive with those who sit in the front seat in the same airplane. Why waste money? But he was from where? He was from either Apadang or Abiad Lang and things like that. My uncle that was killed in Juba, two of his wife, they are from Abiad Lang. So I think in a state of dividing ourselves, I think let us find a way that we can unite and bring a democracy where I have to vote for Abel Kohn because of his idea, what he's going to take Upper Nile fourth, where he's going to take South Sudan fourth, not backward. I will leave it there. Thank you so much. And let us just look for the real peace.
Thank you,
Democracy
brother.
will be the only way.
Thank you. Now it's a time for William Goldit. William, it's your turn. And then from there, we will close it.
Yeah, thank you again. Thank you all. I think democracy versus dictatorship. That is our topic today. And yeah, Akon is saying a good thing there, that is advocating for his people, which is true, totally true. But what are we advocating for? If we take from after the incident of Juba, 2013, all Southern Sudan suffer equally. And there is no tribe to be blamed here if we are honest. Because the issues started with Juba, who really want to control the power, as you mentioned it in the beginning. They fought and they involved us all in order to fight for them. If they didn't want to involve us, makan fi sabab in yoktulu nuer fil Juba. Makano fil muktab wahad, they were in a meeting. If they were men, they should have finished it in their hand. And this is what happened in 2016 when Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they were in the palace, presidential palace, meeting. And then again, innocent people, their bodyguards died outside there for them. So consequence of, power hunger, as you mentioned in the beginning, is killing us all. That's why we have to talk about democracy. As a result, Southern Sudan has clapped all. But no, you Upper Down, maybe as Mobile said, we will sit down one time as people of Upper Nile. We will talk. We have to archive the history in a book, in a record. We will not escape from that. If it is the start of the problem of Juba that caused us the current situation, we all are suffering. But more than that, if we can mention one thing or 2 or 3, just to refresh our memory. I remember 1982, Danka Atar attacked their neighbor, Shalo, in Panyudway. For the reason is their land. Abelai was in Anagdir, and Danka, Padang, and Balit, they want to take part. Nyoda was the chief of Anagdir. I was in the village that time. There is 2 guys who was delegated from Balit to see if the neighborhood, Anagdir and Balit, they are taking side in what is going on there. And everything was solved. No. So people are being in peace, but in 82, problem happened there. It's Atar, if you remember that. Now come to 2009. They call it ownership of Malakal. Who will lead when there was a celebration for independence of the signature of the peace? And Agdir was attacked, and Abanim was attacked. So just let us be honest. Somebody who is reaching out to people to attack people, who has a problem? Is people being attacked on their villages, or a person coming with arms? So that is a question you as a Padang people you have to answer. That is now, we're talking 2009. And at the same time, Anagdir has been attacked again with a soldier being sent from Malakal. This is a government soldier who's supposed to be protecting civilian. They went on attacks. That is no, not 2013. So those are the things. We have to look historically, to look back, and then we can see where the problem is coming from. If we don't confront ourselves about what happened and who is causing them, there would be no peace. But we have to acknowledge what happened and then forgive each other and see how we can move forward instead of hiding what happened. So those are the things. Chuluk never go and attacks a Padang, or they didn't go even to cross the line between Banglai and Agdiar. They didn't cross, but Danka did a cross. What is it? And if you go to Malakal, even the people who are in the government in Malakal, the government being dominated by Danka at the same time. So those are the things we have to be mindful about. Exactly, if we want peace, in order to get the fear in our heart, we need to come out like what happened in South Africa. They sit down, they call it Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner. The same thing is taking, Abel, you are in Canada here. The same thing is happening now with the First Nation and the white people here. Truth and Reconciliation. The same thing happened in Rwanda. They sit down and they said what went wrong, and they talk about it, they correct it, they forgive each other, and then they move forward. We need to do the same thing. When? Who did it? Why? And what can we do to move forward? And instead of calling for a silence of the gun, which means at the same time telling the victims not to fight. That is what the colonial way of saying, why are you fighting? But a person who is being ruled or governed by injustice, nobody will tolerate. You will see the resistance and all these things. So this is our story. When we are ready to dialogue with the people of Upper Nile or people of Southern Sudan, all we must be, must do our homework to see where the problem comes from. And I'm very sure 99% of Upper Down people, they are innocent. But those few bad apple, not only in Upper Dang, but it could be in a Shuluk, in Nur, in Danka, in everywhere. They are there. And then we have to expose them if this country have to restore peaceful coexistence. Well, thank you. I will just end up here. For thank you. I'm really very happy you are here. And then, as Mobur said, we will find a time as people or brother, and then we bring out what is killing us, and then we put it on a table and we talk about that to get out of
Well,
here.
of course,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
I also thank you
Thank
for.
you.
There are things that you have said that I could respond back, but because of the time and you guys are closing, because the issue of 2009, what happened in Malakal, what happened in Nagdiar, what happened in Vientiane as well. These are the issues that we should discuss about it. As a leader of the
Thank you.
communities, I'm open to discuss the issue that affecting my community, and you should also approach me and we should talk about it. You are not
Thank you.
pointing finger to Padang alone, but also point a finger to you, because the
Brother
person there
Abel,
took arm against Padang based on the
Brother
allegation
Abel,
that Padang has grabbed the land, in
Yeah,
which we
you're,
are
you're
Brother
willing
right,
Abel,
to talk
Uncle.
about it.
Always there
Yeah,
is
thank
a
you.
there is
Okay,
a
right.
there is a two side of a one coin. So, brother Mabor, because really the time is going. Yes, maybe people of Upper Nile one day give them a chance to come and exhaust
that's what
exhaust the issue.
that's what
So
I'm saying.
it
That's
shouldn't be
what I'm
people of
saying.
Upper Nile
So
only. It shouldn't be people of
I will
Upper Nile. It's supposed to be every
no
area
no
in
no
South Sudan. That, yeah. So
no
please
no no.
give yourself 1 minute now because we have to go.
Let me beat you everything. Let me dictate it. So we will focus on one thing first. And like I said, it was a suggestion, but with all panels, we will be sitting in the team, and then after we did organize it, so we will contact all community from Aban, from if we have a people within Koma and Nuer and Chulo and my brothers-in-law, which is Apadang. I will be very happy to bring everybody together, and then each and every leader, so they can. I have no problem. Even full months, they can even debate that. Although they can just sending their own representative. This one come this week and this one come next week. I have no problem. That thing will be set, and it will be set with agreement for all of them. It will not be dictated. So as we closing, and our sister was really, we ruin up her time. It's a Valentine days, and her sisters are not here with us. We tied her up. We apologize to you, Jojo. That's a big apology.
Good night.
That
I'm leaving.
Good night. No?
Thank you, brothers, for coming in. And now you see where this media where it stand. It is stand for all. It's not standing for individual group. And also too that when I alert you before and say there's no any incitement word that needed here or any insult. And thank you that all members that came in respect the way like we respect others also too. We cannot insult someone, neither we can do an incitement. So this is the great thing that we want to see. Our country, nobody will rise it up than we are. If we are not doing that, so who can do it for us? So this is what we needed. Head speech doesn't work. It will not do anything to us. But we put things together, it will be the benefit for the country. including the generation that to come. See, so now as we closing, so I will give an appreciation for all, and I say thank you. So now, we can close it with a song, but I choose a song like in Arabic. That's the only thing that I done. So, and we will wish for all night. And thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Good night. I will close it.
We want to hear your song, man.
Okay.
Juju, have a good night.
You ruined her Valentine, so she having a Valentine with us now.